Testing. Testing, testing. Is that it?
All right, team. So it's live now. Okay, good afternoon, members. You're all very welcome to the December Plan and Regulatory Service Committee meeting. So we'll just get stuck into it. Item 1, apologies. I have no apologies been received. Just Councillor Nicholson, I think we run a bit late. Are there any apologies from the floor? Not seeing any lights up or hands up. Okay. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. We'll just take them as we go as usual. Item 3, report from the head of planning, updating planning caseloads. I'm handing over to Damien Mulligan, who'll take us through the report.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Hope you're well. Members, you'll see from this report, the number of decisions that we issued during the month of November was 194, which, as I'm sure you know, is probably it's a record actually in terms of the number of decisions issued in any single month. So delighted with the performance of all the team over the last 4 weeks. The number of applications received during the same month was 119. And the number of call-in requests was 3, bringing the total year to date to 23. The number of live applications currently in the system is 1,499. We're just under that 1,500 threshold. 75 down on the previous month. So some excellent progress has been made, and we aim to continue to make that progress as we move forward to try and drive those cases down. But certainly some good progress over the last 4 weeks, members. I'm happy to take any questions or queries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. And just remember, members, wait until you're on screen before you begin speaking. Otherwise, I don't think you might be able to be heard on the Zoom. Okay, members, any questions on that report? Not seeing any lights on or hands up, so all happy to note. Oh, sorry, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Damien, and I suppose congratulations first off in that number and achieving those sort of statistics. And I suppose projecting forward, how we're looking for decisions to be issued for next month. I'm just sort of wondering, in a way back, we were on a bit of a roll, all pre-COVID, and we were starting to eat into that backlog and sort of get ahead of ourselves a wee bit. Do you project that could be the case, in the next few months, that we continue to eat into that backlog? I know you're saying we're getting a high number of applications. We can see that by virtue of the fact, the amount of extensions and conversions and all that. People are spending their money that they maybe would have used on holidays and that, and they're pumping it into their properties. So, that's obviously having a knock-on impact on your workload. Each of those has to be assessed like any other application. So we're aware of that. Do you see that continuing? And how are we fixed in terms of, can we have a good December, if you like, in terms of those case logs or those case numbers? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alderman Wilson, for your kind words to begin with. In relation to your query, look, as you know, the number of applications that we have received from the beginning of the year have been extremely high. Probably in the last 4 weeks or so, we've noticed a leveling out. Now, whether that represents a blip or whether it's a sign of things to come, we don't know. But we think possibly people may have been optimistic about going away on holidays next year, which may mean that they're not investing in their property. But then the way things are now, they may reverse their plans. So it's a difficult one to know. We'll just have to watch it as we get through December in the new year. I think we'll have a better idea of whether that was a blip or whether it's a trend that's going to last. Certainly in terms of the decisions issued, we have increased those. That it is helped by the fact that the numbers coming in are dropping slightly. But having said that, we have filled a couple of our vacant posts. We should be getting another couple of planners in during this month. And we're hoping to fill all the other vacant posts and sickness absence posts as well over the next sort of 4 to 6 weeks. If they were all filled, we would be in a very strong position to drive those numbers down. We are also using overtime at the moment, but that won't go on forever. It's really until we fill our vacant posts, and then the overtime will cease. So the plan long term is to get control of the numbers and then drive them down. And there's signs that we have started to do that. But there's still some work to be done. We want to get back pre-COVID. We were sitting at 830. And then at the beginning of April 2020, it risen slightly and then just took off from there. So we need to just get control of the numbers, and we're optimistic and hopeful we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Damien. You can tell them, Wilson. Okay, members, seeing no other lights on, our hands up. So are you all happy to note? Okay, happy to note. We go on to agenda item 4.1, which is a decision item from the head of building control relating to consultation proposed amendments to technical booklet guidance to Part F, conservation of fuel and power. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Tom Lavery, head of building control, who take us through this report.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, gentlemen and members. This is the first of two consultations on building regulations out at the moment. The Department of Finance Building Standards Branch, or BSB, launched this one on the 11th of October, and it relates to, as the Chair said, the conservation of fuel and power. Now, officers have reviewed the documents, and their comments are included in the consultation response, which is at Appendix 3. And for ease of reference, the officers' comments to 20 questions are all in blue. In summary, the BSB have advised that these consultations are to be considered the first of 5 phases of uplifting building regulations in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to conservation of fuel and power. Thermal regulations have not changed in Northern Ireland since 2012 and are now quite far behind the rest of the UK. So this first phase is described as an interim step, and it's in connection with Regulation 43B, which is nearly zero energy requirements for buildings, or NZEB, as members may be aware of. There are 3 options, with the preferred option being option 3. And basically what option 3 is that the target is a betterment of the current target carbon dioxide emissions by 40% in the case of new houses, 25% in the case of new flats, and 15% in the case of non-domestic buildings. Now, this will bring us in line. It's a double jump for us, but it will bring us in line with what's currently the requirements in England and Wales. So what officers do concur with the intent of the proposals. However, members will note that in the draft answers, officers have raised a number of concerns regarding the proposals. So just to highlight some of those. In question 2, there's a concern that there's a lack of compatible software to align the proposals, resulting in the requirement for additional manual checks by council officers. There's also in question 2, there is an anomaly regarding the wording and the definition of national calculation methodology, which may have an enforcement impact for us. In question 5, the concern is raised regarding the proposals, which will lead to a greater use of renewable energies and technologies. The slight concern is that we have consulted with the department, and we have yet to see enough confidence come back from the department that there is the expertise available and the technologies available in Northern Ireland at this point in time to actually deliver this as we stand at the moment. There's also, in question 18, there's a concern raised that paragraph 2.16b states that the designers should provide details on the proposed system that should be prepared by a suitably qualified person, and it refers to someone who has experience in electrical energy demand, profiling of buildings, and the performance of that particular renewable generation technology involved. Now, council officers don't have we don't have the skills to actually determine if this information that's submitted is reasonable and could actually be delivered. So in theory, and actually in reality, at this point in time, developers are actually going to take a gamble at whether or not the electrical grid will or won't accept an exported connection. So it depends on the outcome. It will have an impact on the design of the buildings. So developers and applicants are always looking for certainty, as members will be aware, in their process. And officers are concerned, and have raised this with the department, that there is a lack of certainty with this proposal as to whether or not these proposed and designed export connections onto the grid, particularly in rural areas, where they'll actually be practical. So the key question would be, as has been raised in the consultation, is that is the grid operator likely to give a decision that early in the process, i.e. at design stage? If not, developers are designing at risk. They can, in theory, have something designed that actually is not practical to build because they can't actually physically export onto the grid. So those are some of the main concerns. I say the closing date for response is Sunday, the 19th of December, and given that the committee recommendations won't be ratified until the full council at the end of the month, it is proposed to forward this draft consultation response with the caveat that the council reserves the right to amend its response as directed by members. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, members, are there any questions from the floor on that consultation? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. As you know, if it's something that interests me, this whole situation, and we have referred to it previously, but I suppose it is a step in the right direction and a recognition that, you know, we do need to be brought up to a greater level or specification. And I'm just, in terms of questions, you know, in round question 15, 16 and 17, you know, your answers in terms of agreement of that, is that ultimately meaning an improvement for the homeowner with those proposed changes in terms of energy efficiency? Because we do know there are, you know, energy costs are spiraling, they're rocketing, and homeowners are feeling the brunt of that. And particularly if you're buying a new house, as I've said before, there's an expectation that that'll be built to the very latest standards and specifications, but that's not always the case. And I'm just wondering, is this an attempt to address the gaps in that, and, you know, particularly around air tightness and, you know, those thermal bridging issues? Is that an upgrade? Will people notice the difference in that in terms of these regulations, and if they're taken forward and updated, are we going to see a marked improvement? Would value your views on that.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Tom, do you want to respond to those queries there?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, that was a very good question by Alderman Wilson. And yes, those are and will be upgrades. Now, they are achievable upgrades with good design and good site workmanship. They certainly will be achievable at this point in time. As I say, the products are out there. And so those are not ones that we would have any concerns. They would be ones that we would be expecting as a normal course that they will be implemented.
Thanks, Tom. Bring it back in, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. It's just something I was reading recently, and I suppose it comes back to the area of workmanship. And, you know, a system is only as good as the installer. And I was reading in terms of that, you know, the PIR board, you know, the rigid sort of form insulation. And if there's something like a 10 millimeter gap, it can reduce the efficiency of PIR board by something like up to 50%. So with that in mind, is there any plans by building control to site inspect that process when it's ongoing? Because going back to when I was building my own house, I know it seemed to be the case that inspection was at a very advanced stage of the installation of that type of material, and there wasn't a great opportunity for people to inspect it and make sure it was done to, you know, to a level or to a degree. And I'm just wondering, is there plans within those regulations? I know you talked about 15 minutes extra on building control officers' time in terms of meeting those new updated regulations, but is there a knock-on impact of that? Can we have greater inspection of what's being put into homes, how it's being put in, the type of workmanship that's been going on? Because that is unseen, but when the homeowner buys the house, that is the performance. You know, they're feeling the performance of their house, and then maybe it's not meeting their expectation, but they've no way of gauging, you know, what has been done and how well it's been done. And we're seeing that in a lot of housing executive houses, and that where work is having to be revisited. And, you know, thermal cameras are being used, and there's, you know, it's exposing weaknesses in the types of systems that have been used. And sometimes it's coming down to how it has been installed. So I'm just wondering, in that regard, is there opportunities to, you know, tighten up in terms of what we're inspecting, and at the maybe increasing the number of inspections to ensure that that work has been done properly?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Tom, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, yes, Alderman Wilson mentioned another very valid point. The quality of workmanship on site is something that, with all the best design in the world, if it's not built properly on site, it will not meet the requirements. Strangely enough, thermal requirements are not a statutory inspection. They're not something that we have to be notified about. Whilst we do on average about 18,000 inspections a year in our area, thermal regulation inspections would not be a priority for us because we basically don't have the resources to cover them all at this point in time. Now, I do believe that whenever this new regulations come out, we will have a certain focus on those. But with the pressure of other inspections, such as fire regulations and various others, we just don't have the capacity to be the clerk of works, as it were, on site. So we are relying on the either catching these on hopefully at an early stage, or we're relying on the good quality workmanship of the builders and the developers. It's not an ideal scenario by any moment, but as I say, we do not have the capacity to be clerk of works, unfortunately.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Savage.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in. Tom, I'm broadly content with the response and I'm happy to propose it if we need that there. But agreeing question 5 in terms of your last paragraph, my understanding is that the minute most houses would be built to the minimum energy standard requirements, and I would be concerned that going forward, has the industry the capacity to deliver these new systems that would be expected to be put in homes? I know from the conversation I've had recently down south that they expect next year they'll have a 40% reduction in capacity for home building. So I'm just wondering, could we get a response from the department in terms of what their thoughts are on the ability to deliver this? Is that something we could ask, Tom?
Do you want to come back on that?
Thank you, Chair. I would confirm that we have had conversations with the department on this particular issue. There is not only there are training issues, not only for the developers, but also for the industry as a whole regarding some of these new technologies. And there's also a training for the actual homeowners themselves. It has been acknowledged that because you can put in all the new technologies into a new house, but if the homeowner doesn't know how to use those properly, such as a heat recovery unit, whereby the filters need changed on a regular basis, or else you have to start to have problems with the systems. Those systems, whilst well designed, can become problematic. So there is, and we have had this discussion on several occasions with the department, and they are considering looking at a sort of a training program and an awareness program. They have offered, they have offered to actually get involved with training coming forward in the new year. So, as I say, they're very, very good points and very valuable questions. But at this point in time, as I say, there is that concern that the industry as a whole, whilst there are small niches of expertise out there, the industry as a whole may not have enough expertise to go right across the department or the entire construction industry at this point in time, which is concerning. But certainly we can raise that again with the department and ask them for their response on that.
Thank you, Tom. Are you content, Councillor Savage? Thank you. Put my own penny's worth on this. Again, of the 3 options, option 3 is the one that we're going for, has the highest ambitions in terms of carbon reduction. Just to remind members, we are indeed in a climate crisis. We need to think big and deliver big in terms of carbon reduction. So although it's only a small step on the path to doing it, I think it's still an important step and one worth taking. Okay, members, the proposal has been proposed by, a recommendation being proposed by Councillor Savage. Is there seconder? Seconded by Alderman Wilson. Are we all content? Okay, all agreed. Okay, we're now on to 4.2. We're staying with Tom Lavery, the head of building control, who's going to take us through the consultation proposed amendments to building regulation fees. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the second consultation out at the moment from the Department of Finance Building Standards Branch, or BSB, and this one relates to the statutory fees for building regulations, which apply to the most of the applications. These were established in 1997 and have had only one uplift since 1997, and that was back in 2013. There are, very quickly, there are 3 schedules. Schedule 1 is for generally small dwellings and housing developments. Schedule 2 for small domestic type works and extensions and alterations and boilers, etc. And then Schedule 3, which has not been considered at this point in time, which is for all other works, which require an estimated cost. At the time, as I said, the regulations haven't changed since 2013. And at that time, there was a proposal for a second stage uplift, but unfortunately, this was never realised. So in effect, the first uplift considered through this current consultation actually equates to the original second uplift back in 2013. Now, the BSB have acknowledged that officers have gone through the documents, and the consultation response is Appendix 7. There are 7 questions, and those are identified in blue. In summary, the BSB have acknowledged that over the 10 years, due to lack of proper incremental increases, there has been increase in disparity across the UK for fees charged for similar services in England and Wales in particular. A sample comparison table, which is Appendix 6, shows clearly the disparity that we have in fees. And BSB have also acknowledged that it is important that district councils are properly resourced to carry out their enforcement role. So officers have also welcomed the fact that there is a discussion in the consultation regarding a 100% cost recovery, but would note that this is only relating to what was referred to as prescribed functions. Those are essentially approval and rejection of plans, site inspections, regularisation of unauthorised works, and other works including type approvals. The fees don't cover costs such as issuing contravention notices, appeals, or any legal enforcement that we have to undertake. These are rate-borne activities, such as other rate-borne activities that the department also has to carry out, such as the enforcement of dangerous structures legislation, the enforcement of the energy performance of buildings legislation, posting, numbering, street services, to name but a few. These will remain as ratepayer subsidised. So officers therefore would accept the principle of 100% cost recovery and view these as very small stepping stones towards this 100% cost recovery. But however, this will be conditional to these increases actually coming forward in 2022 and 2023, along with an entire review of the fees legislation within the next 5 years. The significant uplifts would be required to make it fully cost recoverable. And that would be sort of on the basis of a user pays principle. And as I say, this consultation is also seeking views on that. But as an interim measure, the department proposes to make a 2-stage uplift to, as I mentioned, the Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 fees. In April next year, they propose to increase by 17.5%. And the following April 2023, they propose that the current fees will be uplifted by 35% against the current fees. And so there's a full breakdown of all these changes in Appendix A and B in the consultation document at Appendix 5. Notwithstanding that the first 17% uplift offered through this current consultation, as I mentioned, only equates to the original second uplift that was proposed back in 2013. At first glance, these percentages increases seem very high. However, in reality, they are actually minimal given the low starting base of the current fees. And members will see a couple of examples of these outlined in the report. Members will also note that the current proposes the fees for installation of heating systems and for the installation of micro technologies is proposed to reduce from the current £120 to £113.24. This actually puts the council in a slightly worse financial position than in 2013. So therefore, it is critical that we get both the first and the second uplift as proposed. Again, the closing date for the receipt of responses is Sunday, the 19th of December, and given that the committee recommendations will not be ratified until the full council meets at the end of December, it is proposed that this draft consultation response form be forwarded to BSB, with the caveat that the council reserves to amend or add to its response as directed by members. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor McClelland.
Okay, Chair, and apologies for being slightly late, and thank you, Tom, for the comprehensive report. In the report, Tom, you mentioned, I think it was 3 different schedules, and that the proposal was to have uplifts in 2 of the 3. I suppose a couple of questions arise from that. Is there any reason why it's not going for uplifts in all of them? And I suppose the question before that would be around, if we look at an analysis of the revenue gained from all three, is there a small difference, large difference, or just what is the level of income that is gained from each of the three? And I suppose my final comment, I think, and it's a personal view, that we are moving towards full cost recovery perhaps isn't a bad idea, but that would only be a personal view. But I would be interested in getting some of the data around the other couple of questions, Tom. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McClelland. Tom, would you have any response to those sort of two questions in relation to the third schedule there, why maybe it's not being uplifted? And then do you have any breakdowns of revenue from the different three schedules there in terms of the costs currently?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Schedule 3 is based on estimated costs, and as estimated costs go up, then the fees go up accordingly. So at this point in time, those are being altered in accordance with the actual costs that we're seeing on site. So they are being adjusted and probably reasonably fairly at this point in time. So the thought was that with that sort of internal adjustment, that they are satisfactory at this point in time, and they are for works any other than domestic stuff. But in the entire review, going back to the 100% cost recovery, there are some elements within that Schedule 3 that would need to be reviewed and updated. But that will be in it for an entire review of the whole field schedule. With regards to the estimated cost, we don't have a detailed breakdown at this point in time because we looked at previous years, and it really depends on the trends coming at us each year as to what the likely costs were. But as a rough estimate, there would be several £1,000s of an increase to fees across in the first year. But it's very difficult to say. I looked at the trends over the past few years, but it's such a variant that it's very difficult to pinpoint, whether that be £20,000, £30,000 of an increase over the year. It just depends on the type of workload that comes at us through those two schedules. I trust that answers the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Okay, Councillor McClelland, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would be broadly content to propose this like the last one again. We've had discussions before in planning going back a number of years about the level of fees that have been charged and that they haven't risen in a significant time, as outlined by Tom again there. And if you compare the fees to some of the different areas there, it's quite clear that we're undercharging, and that the ratepayer is subsidising a very professional service that the planning and the building control departments deliver. So I would be content to propose the recommendation as outlined in the report. And I think we need to move away from the ratepayer subsidising these, because if you look how much people are paying for planning applications from agents and things, these aren't huge sums of money when you compared to that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Okay, members. Well, Councillor Savage has proposed a recommendation there. I'm not seeing any other lights on or hands up. Is anyone content to second the recommendation? Councillor McClelland is on the second recommendation. Okay, we all agreed, members? Okay, all agreed on that one. Okay, members, agenda item 5 is a confidential report, so we're going to have to go into committee. I just need a proposer and seconder to do so. Proposed by Alderman Wilson, seconded by Alderman Anderson. Okay, I just need to read out the following. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, exempt information, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. and let me know when we're live. Okay, members, that's us back live. We're on the agenda item 7, correspondence, with one item of correspondence. I'll hand over to Damien Mulligan to talk us through it.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this item for correspondence relates to a letter from the Deputy Secretary for DFI to Solus regarding delivery of the new planning portal, the IT system for planning. And you'll notice from it, members, it refers to some of the ongoing issues around the project. The delivery of the project has been delayed. It was supposed to be implemented around this time in 2 waves. So the first wave November of this year and the second wave February of next year. There has been a delay, and now the project has been pushed back to 1 wave of delivery around July next year. But you will notice from the correspondence, members, that there are some details in there around cost. For example, the cost of the project, the capital cost has come down slightly. The revenue cost has slightly gone up. But overall, it's pretty much on target at this date. But some other issues in there, but those are the key headlines. So happy to take any questions or queries around that, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor McClellan.
Yes, Chair, and thank you for the report, Damien. Yeah, it's just, am I right to assume that there's still 10 of the 11 councils are involved in this, or have we got a full house yet? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That's right, Councillor McClelland. It's 10 councils plus DFI have decided to go with the shared service. Mid-Ulster have decided to go it alone. And their project is taking place in parallel with this one. But yeah.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, just sort of, are they delayed as well? I was talking to some colleagues in Mid-Ulster, and they didn't seem to indicate they were going to be delayed. So they're actually saying you should come along and join us. So I don't know if that's something that we're looking at, but no, just are they delayed? Just
yeah, through the chair, I'm not exactly sure if there has been any kind of delay on their side. We're not really party to the details, but if they aren't, I'd be extremely surprised. There is the main reason for the delay on our side has been the volume of data that has to be migrated from the current system to the new system, and obviously Mid-Ulster are caught up on that. Their data has to be transferred as well. I'd be very surprised, Councillor Nicholson, if there's not some sort of delay on their side, but I can't say a definite yes or no on that point. But obviously, if we find anything out, I'm happy to keep members updated. Yeah.
Thank you, Damien. Thank Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, see no other lights on or hands up. I will content to note the item of correspondence. Okay, happy to note. Okay, we're on to item 8, any other business. Members, I have no items of any other business. So we're just going to go into a short recess until the plan will set to about 4:10, 15 minutes time for the plan applications. Okay, members, we'll adjourn again at 4:10 and we'll go through the plan applications. Could I ask IT to turn off the live feed until then? it's your turn to speak. Okay, well, okay, members, that's us back for the planning application session of the meeting. I just need to read out the following statement. Members of the public are advised that the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held in the Council Chamber in Craigavon Civic Centre. However, due to COVID restrictions, the number of persons who can physically be facilitated in the chamber is severely limited. As a result, members of the public are only able to view the meeting on YouTube, and anyone wishing to address the committee has been invited in the first instance as an attendee via Zoom. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee, planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors are to obtain information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, we're on to Appendix 1's application number LA08/2020/0758/0. Members, as I was not in attendance during the full session when the application last came to the meeting in May, I feel it best to recuse myself as I was not here for the full participation of the event. I will ask that the Vice Chair, Councillor Nicholson, who was attending on that night, come forward and take the chair in this instance. Okay.
Okay, members. Thank you to Councillor Lavery. Obviously, it's Appendix 1, members. Application LA08 2020-0785/0. I have a couple of lights on. I'm going to let in a couple of members here who obviously want to speak. Alvin Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to declare that, as I had previously received representation regarding this application, that I'm happy enough as before to sit in on have an open mind on this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. I have Councillor Kevin Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Lavery, I didn't attend the full deliberations for this one, so I will leave the room while this has been considered, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor McClelland.
Yeah, Chair, thanks for letting me in. A little bit like Alderman Anderson, I've received previous correspondence, but I'm happy to approach this with an open mind and stay in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. And finally, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just as I was not on the council at the time this was The application was listening considered. I would excuse myself from any decisions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, thank you very much. Okay, members, if there's no more lights, as I say, it's application number LA08 2020 0785/0, and the application is site of a proposed erection of infill dwelling and attached garage, approximately 52 metres northwest of 63 Mossbank Road, Portadown, BT 635NP. And in the chamber today, we have Mr. Graham Ford. You're very, very welcome, who's going to make a representation after the planning officer to members in the chamber. So moving on, members, I'll call on Liam McCrum to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It is taken that members have read the original report and subsequent addendums in full and have had an opportunity to review the legal advice provided in the privileged paper. This presentation is a brief refresher of the issues previously discussed and issues raised at the committee meeting in May of this year. Members will recall from that meeting that this application was deferred for two reasons. The first was to seek receipt of additional information from the agent and the supporter referred to during that meeting, i.e. a screenshot of a planning approval, and B, receipt of legal advice on the same issue from the Council's legal advisor. Members will recall from the meeting and the published minutes that Mr. Ford was of the assertion that permission had already been granted de facto, and there had been verbal confirmation and written confirmation on the planning portal, which had since been removed and changed, which his view was that this was illegal. Members are advised that officers consider there to be no extant planning permission for the proposed development, and for the purposes of clarification that no decision notice approving the proposed development has previously been generated through the planning portal by officers for this application. Members are advised that officers have never provided any verbal confirmation to the applicant or agent that application has been approved. Mr. Ford was requested at said committee meeting to submit for officers' consideration the printed screenshot which stated permission had been granted. Members are advised that Mr. Ford submitted said screenshot for officers' consideration on the 1st of October this year. Members are advised that officers had been contacted by Councillor Michael Rath on the 23rd of October 2020, outlining how the public portal stated that permission had been granted, but yet the application appeared on a delegated list of the 22nd of October 2020 with a recommendation to refuse. Officers responded to Councillor Michael Rath on the same day to advise that the decision line on approval populated in error by officers, the wrong reference number had been uploaded on the internal planning portal. This had a result of the public planning portal showing the current application as permission granted under the authority decision tab. Members should note that no decision date was available on the public portal at this point, and that the status still said pre-decision resolution of issues. Notwithstanding this, officers confirmed to Councillor McArath that the application was indeed recommended for refusal as per the delegated list of the 22nd of October, and that the public portal would be amended to reflect this. On this basis, Councillor McArath proceeded to request a calling of the application before Planning Committee, which was subsequently accepted. Officers on receipt of the screenshot provided by Mr. Ford made contact with DFI, who are responsible for the operation of the planning portal. DFI advised and had been made aware by another council of an issue with the public portal in that the authority decision tab was populating before a decision had been generated by the council. To deal with this issue, DFI on the 25th of February 21 reconfigured the public planning portal so that the summary screenshot no longer included authority decision tab. The public portal now only includes the status tab and an authority decision date, and this can be viewed in the appendix you would have seen. This removes the tab that appears to have caused the confusion in this instance. The public portal now only displays status, i.e. permission granted, and an authority decision date, i.e. the date the decision issued. If this would have been the case in October 2020, there would be no confusion as to the recommendation of officers in this application. Mr. Ford has failed to provide any information to substantiate his assertions on the displayed position on the planning portal. Officers consider that as no decision notice has ever been produced granting approval of the proposed development, that no planning permission exists on the application site that has any legal standing. Members are advised that subsequent to submission of the screenshot from Mr. Ford, legal advice has been sought from the Council's legal advisor on when planning permission has been formally granted. This legal advice has been made available to members in a separate privileged paper. Officers do not officers consider that the permission should be refused as for the refusal reasons that are set out in the previous reports, i.e. that the application doesn't meet the CTY 8 test for infill dwelling or the CTY 2A test for clustering. I can take you through the PowerPoint just as a refresher because it's been a wee while. Yeah, well, this is just the location of the site within a general area. Next slide, please. There's an aerial view of our site. Site location plan. This is the concept plan that was submitted for information purposes only. That's a view of our site. Again, another view of the site. You have a view of the site just to the right-hand side of the access laneway. And again, another view of the site with planted trees. Same again. This is a view of one of the frontage dwellings. View of the open field adjacent to the site. This was the issue with regard to what officers considered to be two separate clusters of development and as to how the application didn't meet the policy test of CTY 2A. And that was a visual of one of the clusters from the road frontage and a visual of the other cluster from the road frontage. Cluster from the entrance to the focal building, which is the church building. A view of the other cluster from the road frontage, you can see. And that's just a view across both clusters. And you can see them annotated by the arrow. Similarly again. And again, just another visual with the site included and the separation distances annotated on the map. These are just some examples from the building on tradition showing what constitutes acceptable infill site and acceptable forms of clusters of development. And same again. And again. This was an application that was highlighted some 1,000 metres down the road from the current application site that was deemed to be materially relevant to this application. Officers do not consider that to be the case, and that has been bottomed out over the previous 2 times this application has been brought forward to planning committee. And that's just the context showing the separation distances between one site and the other. And again, just images supplied by the agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam, for your presentation. Okay, as I already said, we've got Mr. Ford here. You're very, very welcome to this planning committee to make a representation in support of the application. Mr. Ford, you have 3 minutes. There'll be a clock will appear on the screen in front of you, as you can see there now, and that will start when you begin to address the committee. So I'm going to switch you on here, Mr. Ford. I'll put your light on there. See which one you are. So do that. That's it now. Go on. Okay, Mr. Ford, you can address the committee. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Before you start, may I request an extension of the time, as is your privilege, under the circumstances and the information I'm just about to bring to the committee in relation to my position is that this is a relevant case. Another example of the same, along with what I consider to be fake paperwork and planning stamps on substantive, shall we say, paperwork issued to me prior to this application, which is a planning approval, which planning office stamp and planning office signatures. Under those circumstances, I'd like to go through it step by step, and 3 minutes isn't good enough.
Okay, can we
Now,
just pause the clock, please? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I add one thing? Before this meeting last week, I sent an email to Councillor Peter Labrie, the former chairman, requesting that an extension be granted to me prior to my speaking time, and that my allotted time be extended as per his discretion. Now, as I say, what I intend to do is substantiate this, bring another example of the same thing in the area. I not only intend to do that, I intend to show several other anomalies which in the area, which I don't think are anomalies. And I also intend to bring to the committee paperwork, which is, to me, fake paperwork prior to this application. Now, to me, if 3 minutes isn't good enough to do this, 3 minutes needs to be extended dramatically so I can produce this to the committee and question several aspects of how this was handled.
Look, Mr. Ford, I've listened to you, and obviously there's a lot of things you've said there which aren't to do with this application. Just let me speak. And obviously the 3 minutes is the time allotted to everybody that comes into this committee. So as chair, I am not willing to move from that, because obviously that will create a precedent going forward. However, you do have the option during questions from members to answer questions which may be teased out as the application goes forward. Now, one thing we do have to be clear with, Mr. Ford, you've made a lot of allegations there.
I make no allegations. I express, imply, or infer no harm.
We've got to deal.
What I'm telling you is the information I have here, I need to present before this committee.
Well, this is the slight problem, Mr. Ford, because it's clear in our protocols no information can be lodged with the committee on the day of the meeting, and that's part of our protocols. If you had information to lodge, it should have been lodged prior to this meeting. So, like, any information you bring in additional to what's in front of us today can't be considered. I'm sorry, that's our protocol.
Well, your protocol is also exceptional circumstances that you can extend my speaking time so we can support it.
Well, as chair, I don't see it as exceptional circumstances.
You don't see the fact that I'm sitting with another example of the same thing I produced.
I have no idea.
Circumstances.
I have no idea what you're sitting with, Mr. Ford. But the bottom line is, as chair, I have a decision to make, and we have got an application in front of us here, and we have to deal with it.
Planning permission for the same site granted before this application went in, stamped in the stamping office and signed, I believe, by a senior planning officer.
Okay, and did you submit that to the planning office?
Why would I submit it to the planning office?
Well, it's part of your argument in relation to this application.
I'm not what do you call it? That you're
Mr. Ford, look,
you are restrained by.
I'm not getting into debate with you in this chamber over new evidence, because it's in our protocol we cannot accept new evidence. The bottom line is we have to deal with what's in front of us on the application. And as chair, I want to move on with this. Now, you have 3 minutes to address the committee in whatever way you can. Now, I will warn you and say, do not be bringing new evidence into your 3 minutes, because it won't be allowed in. Unfortunately, that is our protocol. I'm sorry.
So you're refusing to let me submit evidence of?
Yes. If it's additional to what's in this here in front of me in this computer, yes, I am. That is my prerogative as chair.
It's also your prerogative to extend it. You're basically silencing a whistleblower here.
I'm not silencing you.
I'm trying to.
Mr. Ford, I am not.
You're wrongdoing.
I am not. Look, Mr. Ford, I am not silencing you. I am not silencing you. You've got 3 minutes. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee, like everybody else that comes into this room.
And what do you call it? I requested it by Peter 2 days ago by email, and Well, it appears that I'm being silenced. I'm not allowed to bring the evidence to support it. I'm not allowed to bring evidence of other examples. I'm not allowed to bring evidence of the way this was handled. I'm not allowed to bring evidence of paperwork which is prior approval, which
Mr.
apparently
Ford,
doesn't
this is
exist.
nothing to do with this application.
I'm being silenced by this.
You're not being silenced. You've got 3 minutes and you're wasting
silencing
it.
me. You're
You're
silencing
wasting
me
it, Mr. Ford.
because I don't have 3 minutes. I've already requested a further extension on this, which you've
And
refused.
I've said no. Look, Mr. Ford, this is a waste of our time, your time,
No,
everybody's
it's not a
time.
waste of my time. I'm trying to expose what I consider to be wrongdoing.
Mr. Ford, if you continue, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. We're delaying,
Sorry?
You should be bringing forward the planning merits of this application in front of this committee, not some other. Thanks, Tommy. Okay, Mr. Ford, you're very welcome back to this meeting. And we went into committee, and your behaviour is disruptive, Mr. Ford. And as I said to you before, and I'm going to repeat it, what we do in this committee, we deal with the merits, and you should be putting forward the merits as the supporter of this application. No additional information is allowed to be brought into this forum at the 11th hour. One, because we as members haven't seen it and have time to absorb it, and plus planners haven't had a chance to see it in order to see if it is admissible. So, Mr. Ford, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to address the committee and make your support for this application and explain the merits. However, if you choose not to, there's another process outside of this that you can, outside of this forum, which is the complaints process, and you're very welcome to use that. I'm assuming, Mr. Ford, you're getting dressed, you're going to leave the committee. Mr. Ford, you're entitled to your opinion, but look, if you're not going to address the committee for 3 minutes, we're going to move on with this application. Mr. Ford, look, I'm not getting into.
Right, sorry, I'm not here to fight on the merits of the argument. I was here to fight on the merits of the picture I produced and the permission granted. I'm being silenced.
Mr. Ford, look,
I'm being silenced. I refuse to dignify this committee any further with my presence.
In front of us, and obviously we've heard from the Liam from Planning Service, and Mr. Ford has left the meeting of his choice. And has any members any questions? We'll move into questions section, please. Councillor McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would have liked to address this question to Mr. Ford as well as Liam. Liam, can you just outline briefly why you believe this particular application doesn't meet the requirements of CTY8, just for the committee here so we can hear it? Because I would like to hear Mr. Ford's rebuttal, but unfortunately he's left the room.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. Liam.
Yeah, Chair, maybe the handiest thing to do would be to show one of the images. Essentially, this is a fairly straightforward one in that there's no bookend, if you like, at one end of the linear form of development along the road. There is no gap. Essentially, one side of is an open field, so there's no dwelling with a frontage onto the road to create a gap. So it's fairly straightforward. If you can make it out from you can see the northern section of the field. There's no building. Those other dwellings are set back from the road and only accessed by a private laneway. And we've been through this quite a number of times in that if it's just the laneway that fronts out onto the road, the dwellings to the rear don't have a frontage onto the road. There has to be a residential curtilage front out onto the road. And in this case, that's simply not the case. So it doesn't tick the infill box in any way.
Thanks, Liam. Are you happy enough, Councillor McNally? Okay, members. Any other questions? I suppose what I would like members and would like to go maybe into legal, just because there's a lot of legalities around this. We haven't really got I haven't got as chair. I don't know how you feel, members, but we haven't got the legal position in relation to what is in the report. There actually is legal matters in the report. Despite what obviously Mr. Ford was trying to introduce, there is things in there, and I think it would be useful to hear the legal sort of side of that before we move forward. So if I'm happy to propose that, members. Can you get a seconder? Alderman Wilson, thank you very much. So we go into legal. So I have to read this out. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into the confidential session of the Council. This means I will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will return to the meeting as we started. Can I ask the ICT officer to please turn off the feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Danny. Okay, members, and anybody on Zoom or in other modes of watching the meeting. Right, we're back, and we're still in the question and debate section, members. So I'm opening to the floor of any other questions for Liam or anybody else. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, it's just this infill one again. Was the one last month? What was it? Liscoppin Lane or something? Sort of. Was it an infill? Or, and to my reckoning, it didn't have nothing beside it. You know, it had a field or roadway beside it. I'm just curious about that. What would have been the difference there and here? You know.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I suppose every application, as you know, has to stand on its own merits. But Liam, if you want, I think it was one I think you were actually involved in, so you might want to outline the differences. I think I remember it was a bungalow and a garage, and there was a lane, but then the garden come down to the road. Was not the one? Yeah. Do you want to? It's up to yourself. Or you want to just outline it, Councillor Duffy? Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Duffy, essentially the difference was that the residential curtilage of one of the dwellings that was set back onto the road actually fronted the road. The residential curtilage actually extended right down to the road, and albeit that the dwelling was set 70 or 80 metres back, its actual residential curtilage fronted out onto the road, and therefore it did have a frontage, which is not the case in this case, because we only have the access laneway that touches the road, not an actual residential curtilage. So they were succinctly different.
Thank you, Liam. I remember, I think that's what it was. Councillor, are you happy enough for that? Yep, okay. Look, members, I'm going to one more time. Any more questions for Liam? If I'm seeing no lights, I'm going to move towards the debate and decision. So, okay, members, if there's no more questions, I am going to move to debate and decision. So, open to the floor, members. Okay, if nobody's lights are on for debate, I need a decision, members. So, any decisions on the floor? Councillor Duffy.
I'll accept the officer's recommendation to refuse the application.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I've got a proposer to accept the officer's recommendation, Councillor Duffy. Have I got a seconder? Alderman Twyble.
I'm happy to second the resolution.
Okay, members, I've got a proposer and a seconder on the floor to accept the officer's recommendation. Any other proposals? Nobody in Zoom? No. It's hard when you're trying to watch the two, isn't it? Right. No other proposals, members. So I'm going to all agreed. Great. Okay, members. Thank you. I'm going to hit this. Next application.
Okay, members. So that's Appendix 1 completed. Appendix 2 has been removed from the schedule following receipt of information which requires further investigation by officers, so it will come back in due course. Appendix 3 has also been removed from the schedule following receipt of information which requires further investigation by officers. So members, we're on to Appendix 4, application number LA08/2021/0596/F. Members, you'll note that an additional written representation and objection has been received from Alfred Stanley, and there's an addendum report that has been circulated as a response. Okay, at this stage, I'm going to hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application is before the Planning Committee is because it has attracted objections from more than four different postal addresses, and the recommendation is to approve. Officers have taken the members have read the report, including the addendum report, and as such, this will only be a synopsis. The application site is 1.5 hectares, located within the development limit of Banbridge, on land zoned for housing as defined by the Banbridge Newry and Moan Area Plan 2015. It therefore follows, subject to other material considerations, the principle of housing on this site is acceptable. The assessment and consideration of the planning merits of the proposed development in relation to design, layout and amenity has been set out in detail within the main report, and officers are of the opinion that the proposed development in this regard will create a quality and sustainable residential development in that it complies with both the SPPS and Policy QD1 of PPS 7, the addendum to PPS 7, PPS 12, and the supplementary planning guidance within the report. A transport assessment form, including a traffic impact statement, has been submitted in support of this application. This has considered the transport implications likely to be generated by the proposed development, the access arrangements, and in curtilage and visitor parking arrangements. DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, have no objections to this proposal. As regards to flooding and drainage, all aspects of the post-built development are located beyond the 1 in 100 year floodplain. A drainage assessment has been submitted in support of the application, which sets out that the drainage network has been designed for sewage for adoption standards. As this can only be confirmed post-planning if planning permission is granted, a negative condition requesting a final drainage assessment, which includes the Article 161 approval from NI Water for the 1 in 100 year, as per condition 11 of the main report, has been requested to ensure that this can't be provided prior to any development commencing on site. The planning application was considered in light of the assessment required for the Conservation Regulations Northern Ireland 1985, and the Council has authorised this project in light of those regulations. A preliminary ecology assessment was submitted in support of the application. No protected habitat or species were noted within the proposed site area. An outline construction environmental management plan was also submitted in support of this application, which details the measures required during the construction phase. Officers, in consultation with DERA and Shared Environmental Services, are content that the proposal will have a negligible effect on the ecosystem. As regards the sewage treatment, officers can advise that Northern Ireland Water have confirmed that the receiving wastewater treatment works has sufficient capacity for this proposal. Northern Ireland Water have advised that the sewer network located within Newry Road is at capacity, and as such, Northern Ireland Water recommend that no further connections shall be made to that network on the Newry Road. Officers will advise that for all developments that are constrained by network capacity, there is always a potential solution. The Northern Ireland Water response gives the opportunity for the customer to decide if a self-funded solution is feasible. The final solution and design will be agreed between NI Water and the developer post-planning should this application be approved. Officers can confirm that a pre-commencement condition has been added to this proposal, condition 13, to ensure the final details of the method of sewage disposal are provided to and agreed in writing with the Council prior to any development commencing on this site, and as such, this will safeguard against any sewage capacity problems. Finally, application LA08 2017-1189F for residential development covers an area of this site in which this current proposal relates. The 27 dwellings proposed now are the same number of dwellings as approved on this portion of the site under that extant planning permission. The number of access points onto the new road also remains unchanged. Officers of the opinion that plan approval LA08 2017-1189F represents a fallback position for the applicant, and we are of the opinion that significant weight should be apportioned to the fallback position as a material consideration to this proposal. All third-party objections have been fully considered as detailed within the report, and officers of the opinion, subject to the conditions attached, that this application should be approved. Just take me through the presentation. It just shows location of the site within the general area. So it's within outside Banbridge up the main Newry Road on a site zoned for housing. Next slide, please. So that's the area of the proposed site. The remaining agricultural land was part of the overall previous approval. But this is a revision to the front portion of the site. Next slide, please. So that's the site location plan with the remaining area outlined in blue, which is also owned by the same applicant. That just shows the context of the site within the Banbridge New Morn area plan. So the brown area in which this sits is zoned housing land. So the site has been zoned for residential development. That's proposed site layout. So it's the same number of dwellings as previously approved and the same number of access arrangements onto Newry Road. The difference is that there's some larger, more detached dwellings with larger garden areas, and the front garden areas are proposed instead of, as previously approved, we had some in Kirtledge car park along the front. Next slide, please. So that just shows the layout for that part of the site as approved to give you the context. So you'll see along the front of some of the dwellings there was car parking spaces. That's now been removed and the car parking is up along the side of them, and the garden areas are slightly bigger than what previously was approved. Next slide, please. So this is a selection of proposed house types. So along the front of Newry Road are the large attached dwellings, I suppose, because that is the character of Newry Road, large attached dwellings sitting within their own curtilage, and this represents and replicates that character along Newry Road. Next slide, please. So there's a section of the semi-detached dwellings also within it, some with hip roofs. Next slide, please. The proposed boundary treatments along the front, there will be wall and railings, and the hedging in between, within and between garden areas, there will be closed board fences. Next slide, please. That just shows the proposed boundary treatment as regards to the key and words denoted in regards to the plan. Next slide, please. So there's sections through the site. So that's a section through the north of the site to the residential properties to the north. The separation distance would actually exceed what we require on the creating places. So that shows a section through the site. So the top one would be what you would view as a street elevation along the Newry Road. So the site to the left, there's a substantial vegetation, and that's able to be retained as the visibility displays doesn't require that to be removed. So those houses will be behind that, and then those are the other ones as you move up. So there's detached houses along the front. And that's the concept statement for the overall site. As for any residential development that's zoned for housing, we require concept to illustrate how they propose to develop the entire housing zone as regards to policy. Next slide, please. So that's a view of the site from Newry Road traveling southwest. So the vegetation to the east there can be retained as part of this proposal, and the other bit has been removed to provide a new access way. That's coming the other direction. So the new site area is just to the north of that, coming in as regards to the existing agricultural entranceway. And that just shows that the current agricultural site access and the footpath along the front, which be retained. Those are the dwellings at Edenfield Avenue that you can see the cross section are. So there's actually less dwellings will be abutting that as previously approved. And that just shows further on down to the rear of the site, and the bit of vegetation in the middle of there is the open water. But this site doesn't go down as far as that. And then the pitch and rugby grounds further to the south again. That just shows in the other direction up towards north, but this application site doesn't come up as far as Rugby Avenue or Beachlands. It actually cuts short of it. And that's the site from 31 Uri Road. They're coming out just to show there's a staggered entranceway. So the new access way will not come out directly opposite those access way. There's enough staggered distance to ensure that they both can come in and out. And that's just a close-up of the access arrangement in relation to the existing properties in Uri Road to ensure that there's that staggered distance. I think that's me. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, we have a couple of people making representations. First up, we have Councillor Paul Greenfield to make a representation and objection to the application. Councillor Greenfield is joining us via Zoom. Councillor Greenfield, you're very welcome. You will have 5 minutes. Clock should be appearing on your screen shortly. Okay, Councillor Greenfield, the clock will begin to count down whenever you begin to speak. Okay, so over to yourself whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers and members. I just suppose by outset, I've been asked by an elderly constituent who lives just off the Newry Road, who has asked me that she doesn't want to be named or to go on live to a meeting like this here, but has asked that a letter be read out. This lady is known to the planners who she's visited the office, and they have been furnished with a copy of the letter, which has asked me to read. So it's just she's asked that this letter is read out to this committee seeking clarification on her queries and comments. So I'll just commence with the letter. It was dated the 9th of the 11th, 2021, and it commences regarding relevant comments, queries. I want to be considered in assessing this latest application. Whilst these amended plans refer to phase 2 of the proposed residential development, I want my comments regarding the overall sewerage layout to be considered and addressed, in particular with reference to phase 1, LA 08/2021/0596/F, because they are interlinked and not separate issues. Point 1, sewerage layout, phase 1 drawing number 79, dated the 26th of the 3rd, 2021, which was received by ABC Council on the 20th of the 4th, 2021, clearly shows the foul sewer system feeding into the proposed phase 2 section and into the sewage treatment plant to be built on the boundary with Rifle Park in brackets Rugby Club, which is on the drawing labelled SPH, which I assume is a sewage pumping station. Could this please be clarified? Point 2, this drawing shows only foul manholes and sewers, but does not show any signs of direction of flow. Why not? I find this to be uninformative, this omission. Point 3, how can the sewage from phase 1 proposed development be removed and treated before the sewage pumping station treatment plant at the edge of proposed phase 2 development is constructed? Point 4, where is the water waste treatment works in Banbridge? Point 5, does raw sewage feed into sewage feed into a sewage pumping station and then flow into a treatment plant? The drawing does not indicate where the sewage goes when it leaves a proposed sewage pumping station. I would like this answered. Finally, on point 6, in July 2021, NI Water refused planning approval because of the public foul sewer within 20 metres of this proposed development boundary, as it cannot adequately service these proposals due to the full capacity of the network. The public system cannot presently serve the development proposal without significant risk of environmental harm, public disamenity, including pollution, flooding, and detrimental impact upon the existing properties. NI Water has no plans within its current investment cycle to upgrade the sewage system in this drainage area and is recommending connections to the system are curtailed. Has an impact assessment been carried out in the past 4 months, July to November 2021? If so, what was the outcome? There remains significant risk of detrimental effect on the environment and detrimental impact on the existing properties. This development risks disturbance and damage to existing sewers and is not in the interest of public safety. Article 16176 in my view dictates this proposed development be refused. Thank you for your time, concerned constituent. Chair, thank you for listening, and to say this lady has requested this was read out at the meeting, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greenfield, thank you very much for your comments and those questions, which I suppose could be dealt with as part of members' questions. Okay, next up we have Tom Stokes from TSA Planning to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Tom, you're very welcome. You're also joining us via Zoom. You should see a clock with 3 minutes, which will begin to count down when you begin to speak. So over to yourself whenever you're ready.
Yeah, can I just hear, you can hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you, yep.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. With me online is Kieran Murdoch and Paul O'Rourke from Lotus Homes. and Johnny Keenan, our consultant roads and drainage engineer, and we're all happy to answer any questions. Lotus Homes, as many members will know, are a local Banbridge-based company with their offices in the former shoe factory not far from this site. Members will no doubt know a few of the local developments which Lotus have delivered, such as the Lotus Village, further up along the Newry Road at the shoe factory, and Bishop's Green at Castlewellan Road, as well as many other province-wide. They've won Residential Developer of the Year for 4 years, demonstrating their commitment to delivering high-quality homes. Members will hopefully recall this site. It's zoned for housing and has a current planning approval for 211 dwellings. The previous owners of the land sold it to Lotus earlier this year, who are extremely excited about delivering new family homes for the town. However, rather than build out that current approval, Lotus would like to put their stamp on it. The scheme in front of you today will deliver Phase 1, which comprises 27 family homes. Including Phase 2, our proposal is less housing on this site. That is, instead of the 211 passed, we have brought forward an overall scheme of 204. The current application delivers high-quality family homes along Newry Road to respect the established character of the streetscape. We appreciate some concerns have been raised regarding traffic and drainage, and I will provide a brief comment on these, but we are happy to take any questions. From a roads perspective, we're delivering a new right-hand turn lane at the front of the site, identical to the current permission. In terms of traffic, in total, we are proposing less houses. DFI roads have no objection. In terms of drainage, we've submitted our drainage assessment and design. This has been agreed and signed off by NI Water and Rivers Agency. The benefit of having the current live permission on the site for housing has enabled our engineer to actually progress the design and connections in principle further than would normally be the case. We have our Article 161 agreed in principle, and your officers have recommended very robust conditions be included on any planning approval. To conclude, as a local company, Lotus Homes are excited about delivering another quality, family-friendly housing scheme in Banbridge. This Phase 1 represents a significant investment of around £7 million, with the wider investment for the entire site and development likely to be around £50 million. The scheme will support and sustain around 50 construction jobs in the local area over the next 4 years, with the economic impact set to positively benefit local suppliers and subcontractors. To finish, the easiest thing for Lotus to do would have been to build out the current permission, but with their local experience and knowledge, they felt this would be doing this important site on the Newry Road an injustice. And what we have come forward with, we believe, is a much stronger, less dense residential proposal. We'd like to thank your officers for processing this application diligently, and would respectfully ask members to endorse the officer recommendation. Thank you all for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tom, and you're bang on time. Okay, members, as mentioned by Tom, the following are also in attendance via Zoom and have speaking rights: Kieran Murdoch, the applicant; Paul O'Rourke, the applicant; and Johnny Keenan from TJK Consultant, who's the engineer. Okay, members, first phase is questions. Do any members have any questions for officers or anyone attending on Zoom? Councillor Nicholson.
Yep. Thanks, Chair, and welcome back. My question's for Sinead. Obviously, we'd heard from the support of the application that they have the 161 quite developed in relation to the drainage of the site, which seems to be obviously one of the major concerns. But obviously, we've got an extant approval, and we're really looking at sort of a change of aesthetic, obviously to suit the current developer's distinct style. Obviously, the condition that is in the approval, number 13, I think you said it was obviously, what would the process be? Obviously, in relation to that, the developer would have to submit the information they have submitted to NI Water to you for assessment, for you to submit it to NI Water to say it's satisfactory. I'm kind of, there's something in that condition that, they've kind of obviously gone ahead of the game here. They've got the 161, decided for in principle. I'm just wondering maybe that condition, because we don't, I suppose it'd be unfair, if it depends what the decision is, but, holding them back any further in relation to admin. Just that condition to me is something. And the other thing is, if from a question to the developer, just for clarification, the committee, obviously the 161 has been developed to a point. So are they putting in, I think the objector had asked, was it a sewage pumping station or is it a treatment plant? That would be my questions at the minute, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. To bring in Sinead firstly to answer that query.
Yeah, firstly, I suppose just to say that the 161 agreement is a separate statutory process out with the planning process, but notwithstanding that, due to the fact that NI Water have advised us that a condition should be appropriate that the sewage capacity network is at capacity, and I suppose to safeguard against potential sewage problems, given the number of local objections to this, we have added that condition. The condition can be discharged, or potentially this come in discharged. There's no planning fee with it. They give us the information. We would then carry out a consultation with the NI Water and Rivers Agency. And if they come back, we then, because this is a local application, we would have the delegated authority to discharge that if those statutory consultees were fine. So overall, we wouldn't find that it would slow up the process. There's a number of pre-commencement conditions, as with any housing application of this size, but they would have it, and they actually, the last few days, give officers sight of that 161, so I know it's there, so it's pretty handy. So subject to obviously what happens tonight, that would probably come into us pretty quickly, and given the fact that we have delegated authority to deal with that, we could turn that around quite quickly for the applicant or agent.
Thank you, Sinead. And just to the applicant, Councillor Nicholson mentioned about, some sewage questions. Would any of the applicants attending on Zoom be able to talk in a bit more detail about the sewage infrastructure as part of this application?
Yeah, Chair, thanks for that. I can bring Johnny in just if we need any more detail. I just suppose to clarify a couple of Councillor Nicholson's points just in relation to no, there's no wastewater treatment works on our site. It's the SPS, which the objector and Councillor Granfield referred to is a sewage pumping station, which was part of the current planning approval and is also part of our planning approval. It's located down close to the rugby club. In terms of the Article 161 process, because we've had the benefit of the current planning approval, and because Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Rourke are champing at the bit to get on this site, we've had quite a lot of discussions in the background with NI Water in anticipation of this. We can't get that final Article 161 in our hand until we have our the respective planning permission, but we should be able to, hopefully subject to the outcome of tonight, be able to submit and discharge that condition. We have no issue with the wording of that condition. Councillor, we don't think that should hold us up.
Thank you, Tom. You can tend, Councillor Nicholson.
Just, I suppose, for just what is it the proposal is, in relation to wastewater? Is it a treatment plant with the aim to plug into the mains when the capacity comes available, or is it a treatment plant that's going to be adopted by NI Water? Because obviously they've had a discussion in relation to that, so I'm assuming there's a direction of travel. You just clarify that, Chair, and I'll be happy enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, through the Chair, if I just bring Johnny Keenan in, our drainage engineer, he'll be able to elaborate that much better than I can.
Yes. Hello, Chair. Thank you. Yes, just to clarify, excuse me, what we're proposing is a sewage pumping station. It's not a sewage treatment plant. And that pumping station will pump via a rising main that NI Water have agreed to provide to us up onto the bypass, which then connects into a gravity sewer, which then leads to the Northern Ireland Wastewater Treatment Works located in Huntley Road. So the treatment for the sewage will be at the NI Water Works, and ours is just a pumping station. And I hope that clarifies.
Thanks, Johnny. You can thank Councillor Nicholson.
Will that pumping station be adopted, Chair?
Johnny?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, that pumping station will be adopted. It will be constructed to NI Water standards, and it will be adopted by NI Water.
Thanks, Johnny. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it was just on the point of the actual overall ownership of the pumping station, because I know in a number of areas, pumping stations that haven't ultimately been adopted, and there's been ongoing issues with the motors and the pumps and that type of thing cutting out and timing out and causing significant issues for residents in certain areas. So in terms of the adoption process, is that set to be scheduled to be adopted prior to any resident moving into the property?
Is that a question, I suppose, for the applicant? Have they any timeline in that adoption?
Again, Chair, thanks for that. Johnny, can I just bring you in again, that please?
Yeah, generally, whenever you reach the sort of 50% occupancy rate for a development, at that point, NI Water take adoption because they want to make sure that it's working properly. On that, we are intending to use FM Environmental. They're an M&E consultant. They will be constructing the pumps. They are regarded by NI Water as the best company. They do all NI Water pumping stations. It'll be slightly more expensive, but we have used them in the past and they are very good, and we've had no problems getting any other pumping stations adopted.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Are you content, Alderman Wilson? Okay, Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in. And I guess it's continuing on the theme of the pumping station. And is it right to assume that because it's a pumping station and not a treatment plant, that the amenity in terms of odors and so on and so forth will be reduced? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Councillor. Again, through the chair, Johnny, do you want to come back in on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, a sewage pumping station is way more less onerous than a packaged treatment plant in terms of noise, in terms of odour and smell issues. Normally with a sewage pumping station, you have a cordon sanitaire of 15 metres, which is what we have in this. Because if it had been a sewage treatment plant, you have a larger area because there are more smells generated by a sewage pumping station, or sorry, a sewage treatment works. So therefore, in this case, because it's a pumping station, there's a lot less risk from smells and odours.
Thanks, Johnny. You content, Councillor McLeod? Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, Chair, thanks for letting me back in. And just something in my head there. And again, if Johnny's on the call, is there anything in place if you have pumping station failure? I know pumping stations have a backup pump, but you know there's always potential that the backup won't work. And what's the plan C, Chair, just to make sure that that's been considered? Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to come in on that one, Johnny?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Yes. You're correct in saying that there's two pumps. There's duty and standby, and every day it swaps from one pump to the other. So if there is a breakdown, it's fixed straight away. There will be an alarm system and telemetry, and it will be connected directly to NI Water's monitoring station, where they monitor all pumping stations 24/7. They have a team there. Further to that, there is 6 hours storage. So if there is a problem with either pump, the NI Water have 6 hours to get out and fix that before there's any danger of any spillage or anything like that. So there are several safety mechanisms there to ensure that there's no danger to the environment.
Thanks, Johnny. Councillor McLeod.
Yes, indeed, Chair, and I appreciate you indulging me in letting me in. And I guess it's just to pick up something that was said at the last there in terms of the 6 hours. If potentially the 6 hours was to happen at the same time as a severe rainfall event, have we still got spare capacity?
Yes, Councillor.
For Johnny.
Surely, yes. Councillor, the sewer network within this development is designed as a separate system. So there is no rainwater getting into the pumping station. It's purely foul sewage from toilets and sinks. So it's regardless of rainfall.
Okay, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And just keeping on the theme of the sewage and the 6 hours, through the Chair to Johnny again. Where does this 6 hours come from? Has it been well tested that if there is a breakage or a situation where the pumps all break down? I'm just trying to say, is 6 hours sufficient, or has that been tested well in the past at other developments where this system has been used? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor.
Johnny?
Sorry, yes. 6 hours is the industry standard throughout the UK. It's actually 6 hours flow, so you work out the peak flow. You actually apply a factor of safety of 2.5 times that flow, and that is the flow then calculated into 6 hours. So albeit 6 hours, you're actually got 2.5 times that under normal flow conditions. So there is a lot of safety factors put in place. And just to reiterate, one pump is sufficient to do all the work on this pumping station. We have 2 pumps. So if one pump breaks down, the other one automatically kicks in. So you don't need the 6 hour storage. That will be fixed while the other pump's working. It's only if both pumps go down, it's sort of like triple redundant. So you have 3 things to go wrong. So if you can imagine that both pumps go down and they're not there within 6 hours, say there's something that prevents any water getting there within 6 hours, yes, at that time then it is screened and any overflow then would go to the water course. But there's 3 safety factors there. It's triple redundant to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Thanks, Johnny. Content, Alderman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. And Johnny, you talked there about if something did really go wrong, is there an overflow to the water course? And if this whole thing fails, that the water course sort of catches up with it and not something that had to be dealt with if it did reach that point. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor. Apologies. Yes, Councillor. In the unlikely event of like a catastrophic failure to the pumping station, where all the pumps go down on the overflow, what would happen in that case is, yes, it is screened and it can go to a water course. But generally what happens is NI Water will provide a tanker to the pumping station. So if both pumps went down and it started to fill up, they would just tanker it away, so there's no danger of it spilling out, over the ground or anything like that, or towards houses. That will not happen.
Thanks, Johnny. Okay, members. Not seeing any more lights on or hands up on Zoom. We can tend to go into the discussion debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the discussion debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Otherwise, we'll move into the decision phase. Not seeing any lights on or hands up, so we'll move into the decision phase, members. Is there any proposals on this application? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And obviously, as always is, we've got a very detailed report in front of us. And we've got an extent approval for houses, and as I said, this is potentially just an aesthetic. It's Lotus Homes putting their mark on another development, and obviously we've grilled Johnny. I have to say, Johnny got a hard time tonight, but look, I'm happy to accept the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I think we've all learned a lot more about the sewage pumping station network than we did at the start of this meeting. Councillor McNally.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was very impressed with some of the answers there given by Johnny, and he did answer all our concerns around the drainage system. So with that in mind, I'd be happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. So we've got a proposal on the floor, members, proposed by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor McNally to accept the recommendation to approve. Are there any other proposals on the floor, members? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so we all agreed with that proposal? Okay, we're all agreed, members. Okay, I'd just like to thank Councillor Greenfield, Tom, Kieran, Paul and Johnny for attending this session. Okay, members, so we'll move on to Appendix 5. That's application number LO8/2020/0365/O. Members, you will note there have been 2 written representations in objection to the application received from Conor McCambridge and Phil Rayner. An addendum report has been circulated as a result of these and is in our decision time. Okay, members, I'm now going to hand over to, can we just check if Kevin McCambridge is in Zoom? Okay, I've seen he's joined there via Zoom. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and the PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Liam.
Thank you, Chair. It's taken that members have had a chance to read the report and the addendum in full, and therefore this is just a brief synopsis of the consideration of the application. This application seeks outline planning permission for 2 detached dwellings, car parking and associated private amenity space at Hunters Hill Road, Guildford. The application site is located in the open countryside, and therefore the plan and policy context is provided by PPS 21 and the SPPS. In terms of the principle of development, CTY 8 describes a substantial and continuously built up frontage as a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage. In this case, the buildings are the dwelling at number 52A to the south of the site and the 3 dwellings to the north of the site at numbers 54, 56 and 58 Hunters Hill Road. Officers have therefore determined that the site lies within a substantial and continuously built up frontage as described in policy CTY 8 of PPS 21 and therefore complies with the first aspect of the CTY 8 test. The second test of CTY 8 requires that the application site must be considered to be a small gap site sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 dwellings. In this case, officers are content that the gap can only accommodate 2 dwellings, therefore complying with this aspect of the policy test. The third test requires that the proposed development respects the existing pattern of development along the established frontage. Officers are satisfied that given the existing plot sizes and frontages, that the proposed development of 2 dwellings within the gap would respect the existing development pattern. Fourth test of CTY 8 is that other planning and environmental requirements must be met, and for the reasons set out at the body of the report, officers are satisfied that this aspect of the policy test has been met. In terms of design, integration and impact on rural character, officers are of the opinion that the site provides a suitable degree of enclosure and substantive backdrop while considering the topography of the site and the surrounding lands and existing boundary definition. Subject to suggested conditions, 2 dwellings can be suitably integrated to respect the existing pattern of development of the area and would not create a ribbon of development. Officers consider the proposal to be fully compliant with CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21. In terms of access and parking, officers in consultation with DFI Roads are content that proposed development is fully compliant with policy AMP 2 of PPS 3 and DCAN 15 in that the access would not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. So sufficient space exists within the proposed curtilage for the parking and turning of vehicles. In terms of impact on residential amenity, officers consider that given the separation distances involved and the change in levels, that 2 dwellings can be accommodated within the gap site. Officers are of the opinion that the residential amenity of numbers 52A, 53 and 54 will not be adversely impacted considering the separation distance and existing level of screening and vegetation. Each proposed dwelling will have a site frontage in the region of 42 metres. Officers are satisfied that this will ensure that there's no adverse impact on residential amenity of either of the new dwellings. This can be achieved with careful siting, separation and boundary treatments at reserved matter stage. In terms of impact on historic and natural environment, the proposed site is approximately 85 metres from Rath. Officers in that regard consulted with HED, who have assessed the proposal in respect of the SPPS and PPS 6 and have listed no objections. A biodiversity checklist and ecological statement were provided in support of the application. This has been assessed by officers in consultation with the National Environment Division and no objections have been raised. In terms of other environmental implications, the applicant is advised on the P1 form that both properties will be served by a septic tank and officers are satisfied that space exists within the site to accommodate this. The application site is not located within the sphere of influence of any features of natural or built heritage significance other than those quoted, and officers are therefore satisfied that proposed development will not cause any demonstrable harm to such features. No consultees have raised any objections, and the consideration of each of the points of the third-party objections is set out in detail in the report. Approval is recommended subject to the conditions. I can just take you through the PowerPoint. So you can just see our site annotated with a red dot, just the location of outside Guildford. An aerial view of the proposed site. You can see it's sandwiched between a number of dwellings.
You see it down there and just above that. Can you?
Can I ask you ever speaking on Zoom just to let Liam finish the presentation, please? Thank you.
This is a site location plan. You can see the site outlined in red. This is an indicative site layout that was submitted by the applicant for information purposes only. This is the view of the site through the Hunters Hill Road. You see it on your left-hand side. This is a view of number 52A, and you can see the long established garden that fronts out onto the road with a dwelling setback. The existing boundary between the proposed site and number 54. You can see numbers 56 and 58 along the road. And a view of the dwellings on the opposite side of the road, just for sort of clarification purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liam. Members, joining us by Zoom is Mr. Kevin McCambridge to make a representation and objection to the application. Kevin, you're very welcome to the committee. A clock should be appearing in front of you with 3 minutes, which will begin to count down whenever you begin to speak. So whenever you're ready, feel free to begin your presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks for your time. On receipt of the first letter of application last year, I observed that it seemed to be using an older map, which had 9 current dwellings and 3 to 4 approved sites not being shown. The most recent letter received on the 26th of November 2021 does not mention the dwelling at 67B Plantation Road, which accompanies the rear of number 52A Hunters Hill Road, and the proposed sites also sits within the original field boundary. I fear the application being used is not a true representation of the current surroundings of the proposed sites, which could potentially mislead the council in making its decision. Within CTY 8, paragraph 5.34, the gap size must be sufficient only to accommodate a maximum of 2 dwellings. Although the guidance in building on tradition, a sustainable guide for Northern Ireland, indicates that when the gap is more than twice the length of the average plat width, it is unsuitable for infill with 2 plats. As per council letter, the average frontage width is 31.5 metres with a separation distance of 84 metres, 92 metres from our own records, which is almost 3 times the length of the average, thus breaking regulation. Within this section, principle of development, the policy defines a substantial and built-up frontage as a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage without accompanying development to the rear. Again, dwelling number 67B Plantation Road accompanies dwelling number 52A to the rear and will also accompany the rear of the proposed sites. There are no established boundaries between the proposed sites and the rear of the dwelling to number 67B Plantation Road, therefore breaking a regulation. Policy CTY 14 states that a new building will be unacceptable if it results in a suburban style build-up of development when viewed with existing buildings and does not respect the traditional pattern of the area. Firstly, there are no other build-ups of 6 houses in continuous row on this road or anywhere else locally, and with a shared access for both sites as usually found in a housing development, it can only lead to the damage of the rural character and creates a suburban style build-up. With the current focus on climate change and the need for immediate action, surely destroying a natural habitat which has had 10 to 15 years to establish without human intervention goes against that ethos. The planting out of trees around these proposed dwellings will never reach the potential of what's already there for local flora and fauna. Water supply may be within 20 metres of the proposed sites, but that supply is already at its lower limit, and the addition of even more dwellings would have a further significant impact on the low water pressure already in the area. The most recent issue with loss of pressure required a call out from Northern Ireland water engineer on the 5th of November 2021. I would request a site meeting with local residents before any final decision is made, but with the above mentioned breaks of regulations and with the number of objections received from concerned local residents, I can see no other option but the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, and you're within your time. Okay, members, so we've heard those presentations there. Open to yourselves now for the question phase. Do any members have any questions for Liam or the objector here? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I was just following on from what Mr. McCambridge was saying about development of the rear. I was on Google Street View, and I'm you're able to zoom in a wee bit more, and there does seem to be, in that particular site, there does seem to be some development to the rear. I'm not sure if it's a garage or there's a house behind the bookend to the left. I know that's quite a lengthy site that stretches quite far back, but I'm just wondering, how is that property accessed? Is it accessed from Plantation Road as opposed to Hunters Hill Road? There's no, on the planning pack that we've received, you can't just zoom in as well as you can on Google Maps, which I've done here. That does seem to show some type of building to the rear, but I'm wondering if that could be defined and what the impact of that is on the policy in terms of development to the rear, because it does seem to eat into the curtilage of the proposed site for that double infill.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I know, I think Mr. McCambridge mentioned the Plantation Road, but Liam, would you have any clarity on terms of that build up there?
Just sorry. Maybe get the aerial view up, Bruce, maybe, please, just to see if it holds what Alderman Wilson's referencing. Yeah, well, okay. No, it didn't form a sort of part of the material consideration of the application in this context, because ultimately that building per se didn't have a frontage onto the road, and we weren't relying on that building for the establishment of the 3 buildings that are required for the CTY 8 compliance checks. And to be honest, it wasn't something that was flagged up in that consideration, because all we were reliant upon was the 3 buildings having a frontage onto the road, and they're set out in detail in the report as to what they are. We weren't relying on that building for any sort of policy consideration.
Thanks, Liam. Are you content, Alderman Wilson?
Yep. Thank you very much. And I suppose the second point would be just on the, reading the objectors letter there, they do mention the issue of low water pressure. And I'm just wondering, in terms of Northern Ireland Water, has a view been given in terms of, what will potentially be a couple of extra connections on that, and what the impact of that is on the existing water main running along Hunters Hill Road, and if there is sufficient capacity to serve another 2 dwellings?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Liam, would you have any clarification there for those drainage matters?
Yeah, the consultation response from NI Water didn't flag up any issue with regard to low water pressure. We weren't certainly made aware of any in the consultation response that we received. They didn't raise any objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Liam. Are you content, Alderman Wilson? Okay, members, are there any further questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, everybody, for the presentations. Liam, in relation to landscape, is that something that can be dealt with the reserve matters, or is there a condition in the outline? Like, obviously, there is a sort of concern that you're losing hedgerow and flora and fauna and potential habitat. But is there any condition at this stage, or are you content that it can be dealt with at reserve matters? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Nicholson. Liam, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson, there's 4 listed conditions there in relation to landscaping that will be attached, and ultimately, I suppose, we'll get into the detail of that at reserve matter stage. But I mean, we did have a biodiversity checklist and an ecological appraisal submitted with this application as well, and there was a consultation exercise carried out with NED who didn't raise any objections.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. And just for clarification, Liam, the 3rd building is the long setback from the road, but because its curtilage and garden extends to the road, it's accepted as one of the 3. Just for clarification, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, essentially number 52A, it's set back a substantive distance from the road, but again, it has a cartilage that extends directly onto the road. So therefore, as per the BAC decisions and what we've been, it does have a frontage onto the road.
Thanks, Liam. Councillor McLeod.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you to all who have spoken. In terms of the conditions, and specifically condition number 11, where it talks about if within a period of 5 years, there's any shrub, hedge, tree, and so on, it meets a sad end, it has to be replaced. I take it that 5 years, that 5 year period is a fairly standard period of time in this type of application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor McLeod. Liam?
Yep, essentially that would be a standard enough condition, Councillor McLeod, that we would put on most of the sort of rural developments in the countryside just to establish, get the landscape established, and if at that point in time, as you said, if it did come to a sad end, that we could maybe do something about it.
Thank you, Liam. Okay, members, any further questions or queries? Councillor McNally.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just what I was looking some clarification from the objector. Maybe I heard him wrong. Did the objectors dispute the length of the gap size? Did he quote 90 meters plus? And just maybe I heard him wrong.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. Mr. Cambridge, could you quote your figures again relating to the gap site details in terms of your analysis of it and the plot frontages and so on?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's okay. From the council letter recently received was 31.5 metres of an average frontage, but they're given an 84 metre distance, but from our own records that we had done in the past, we were reading at a 92 metre.
Okay, we'll just ask a response from Liam before we bring you back in, Councillor. Okay, Liam, what distances are we talking about here?
Yeah, our report sets out the different distances we have measured there. Number 52A has a 36 metre frontage, number 54, 42 metres, numbers 56 and 58 were 24 metres each. Yes, we take it that when you add them up and the average, but one of those plot frontages that abuts the application site is 42 metres. And what we're essentially looking at here are two sites of 42 metres. So to make an argument that an existing plot at number 54 that directly abuts the application site wouldn't reflect the character of a plot next door of exactly the same size, if you flipped it twice, it would fit exactly in.
Thanks, Liam. Is that clarified the situation, Councillor McNally?
I take on board what Liam is saying, but it was my understanding that you measured from the gable of one building to the next, albeit one building is set rightly back. And I just wanted to be clear, because if we did take the applicant's number there, although albeit if it was 90 metres, he's still probably a metre too short, for the third building, which would effectively rule the application out. But just for my own clarification, Liam, just how did you measure that gap site? Is it from the gable of I'm not sure the number of the house on the right, to that other gable of the house that is set back a bit?
Sorry, those distances relate to the plot frontages of each of the plots. Yes, we did look at the separation distance between number 52A and 54. And yes, it does give you a skewed separation distance. But I suppose the defining sort of character here, what we're saying is that the property at number 54 fits very neatly into that gap site to accommodate two dwellings. And that is one of the four properties within the substantial and continuously built up frontage, and therefore is reflective of that character. So for us to say no to two sites that essentially would be the same size as number 54 wouldn't be a tenable position for us at the Plan Appeals Commission.
Would you like to put in, Councillor McNally?
No, I was just thinking there that there's, thank them for his clarification and just how that has worked out. It helps clear it up on my own mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNally, but certainly worth, asking more detail on it there. Okay, members, are there any further questions or queries to either Liam or the objector? Not seeing any more lights on or hands up, so if there's no questions, we'll need to move into the debate and discussion phase. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate and discussion phase. Are there any views on this one, members? What members are leaning? Otherwise, we'll have to move into the proposal stage. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And as usual, infill sites give us the biggest headaches as a committee. But look, it is skewed, but as sort of Liam has referred to, we do have appeals, and I do think back to the one last week and things, the boundaries and on the edge of the road and plot size adjacent, et cetera, et cetera. So, and I think it, in my opinion, it sits with policy, and I can understand the frustrations of the objector, but I suppose as a committee we have to, look at policy, and that's sort of where I am at the minute, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Not seeing any more lights on or hands up, so we'll move into the decision phase, members. Are there any proposals on this application? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, just as I outlined there, obviously it's a skewed one, but we've seen them like this before. And when you look at the policy of CTY 8, and I'll have to say that I'm encouraged that the planners have actually asked for a lot of information at outline stage in relation to the loss of the landscape and et cetera for flora, fauna, and obviously the environment. So look, Chair, and as I say, the plot size as Liam has outlined, so I'm happy to accept the recommendation, Chair.
Okay, so proposal from Councillor Nicholson to accept the recommendation. Does it have a seconder? Alderman Twyble.
I'm willing to second the proposal.
Okay, members, we have a proposal on the floor from Councillor Nicholson, second by Alderman Twyble, to accept the recommendation to approve. Are there any other proposals from members? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, members, so all agreed on that recommendation or that proposal? Okay, members, we're all agreed. I'd just like to thank Mr. McCambridge for joining us on Zoom in this meeting, and for Mr. McCambridge and Mr. Rainier on their written submissions. Okay, members, we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes before we come back to the next application, which we'll begin to look at 6:15. Could I ask IT to pause? please. Thank you, Matthew. Okay, members, that's us back. We're on to Appendix 6, application number LO8/2021/0148/F. I'm going to be handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, who will take us through the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The application is for the erection of 92 residential units, garages, including internal road network, open space, landscaping and all other associated site and access works, amendment to previous planning approvals. The reason this application is for the Planning Committee is because it's a major application. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. The application site measures 4.78 hectares, in which 0.2 hectares of the site is within zoned open space, with the remaining 4.58 unzoned housing land as defined in the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. The principle of housing on the land zoned for housing is acceptable, subject to other material considerations. As regards to the area of open space, the Craigavon Area Plan states that major areas of existing open space are shown for information on the relevant plan maps. Within these, planning applications will be determined in accordance with the provision of prevailing regional planning policy, and in particular PPS 8. Policy OS 1 of PPS presumes against any loss of such areas. An exception is permitted where redevelopment will bring substantial community benefits that decisively outweighs the loss of the open space. In considering this exception, the following has been taken into consideration. While the portion of the site constitutes open space, officers are of the opinion does not perform any open space function. The development of 4 dwellings represents a minor loss of open space, 0.2 hectares of the 29 hectares that is zoned. The redevelopment of this area will provide a strong entrance to the Drumford Meadows development, which promotes a sense of arrival and good urban design. A more sustainable layout than that previously approved through the provision of a segregated pedestrian cycle routes throughout the site. A financial contribution towards a new children's play area. The play park will serve residents of the Kieran Hill and Drumford Meadow developments in line with the Council's play strategy. In considering the exceptions presented for the loss of the open space and balancing this against the points raised in objection to this application, officers mindful of a similar planning appeal, which stated that PPS 8 does not give any specific guidance as to what constitutes a substantial benefit, nor does it state what exactly is meant by the term community. This indicates that judgment requires to be exercised by the decision maker. Taking on board the combination of site-specific factors as mentioned, officers are of the opinion that these benefits decisively outweigh the loss of the limited amount of 0.2 hectares of zoned open space, and as such, this outweighs the presumption against the loss of open space as indicated by policy OS 1. To secure the financial contribution, the applicant is willing to offer the council for a new fixed play area within council-owned land to the south of the site. Officers consider that a Section 76 agreement is required to ensure that development shall not commence on the application site until the council is in possession of this money required for the provision of the fixed play park. The assessment and consideration of the planning merits of proposed development in relation to design, layout and amenity has been set out in detail within the report. An officer of the opinion that the proposed development will create a quality and sustainable residential development. A transport assessment form has been submitted in support of the application. The TAF has considered the transport implications likely to be generated by the proposed development, and the conclusions drawn are the proposed development not prejudice road safely or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, have no objection to this proposal. As regards to flooding and drainage, the site is not within or adjoining a floodplain. A drainage assessment has been submitted in support of the application, which sets out that the drainage network has been designed to sewage for adoption standards. This application has been considered in light of the assessments required for the conservation regulations, and the Council has authorised this project in light of those regulations. A preliminary ecology assessment and accompanying surveys has been submitted in support of the application. An outline construction and environmental management plan was also submitted, which details the measures required during the construction phase. Officers in consultation with DERA, Shared Environmental Service, are content that the proposal will have a negligible effect on the ecosystem. As regards the sewage treatment, officers advised that NI Water have confirmed the receiving wastewater treatment works has sufficient capacity for this proposal. Moreover, NI Water have advised they have no objection to the proposal from a network capacity issue. All third-party objections have been fully considered. Officers are of the opinion that subject to conditions attached and finalising the Section 76 legal agreement that this application should be approved. Taking through the presentation. There's the application in the Craigavon area. It's just up northeast from the Craigavon area hospital. And that's the outline of the site. So the development to the east is actually ongoing and occupied. And to the south is the zoned open space land. That triangle area, the access point is the open space area that's zoned within the plan. And that's a site location plan showing the green area is the access route through, with that triangle area to the south being the area that's within the zoned open space area. That just shows it in context of the Craigavon area plan. Majority of the development zoned housing with that corner in the bottom within zoned open space area. So that's the proposed site layout. There are 2 areas of open space within it, and then to the south is those 4 detached properties which provide a new entrance into the Drumford Meadows. So that's proposed landscape layout. The existing trees within the eastern part is to be retained, and along the eastern boundary there's a wildlife corridor proposed as well. Just shows a selection of the house types which are similar to what's approved and constructed at the present time. And there's semi-detached, and there's further detached. So there's semi-detached just to go a different selection of house types which allows for legibility throughout the site. Sections through the site, which you can see the levels are quite level. There's no significant difference in levels throughout the site. It is quite flat. Post boundary treatment. So anywhere where there's a public, where the boundary of a garden is in regards to the public highway, there'll be a wall. In all other cases, it'll be a closed border fence. So there's a site just down from Kieran Hill Road, and the site just in front of you, the area to the east, is a zoned open space, and just where that arrow is provided, that's where the area of the zoned open space for this site is for the 4 dwellings. That's just moving all up into the entrance of the site, and to the east there, that's where the area is where we're going to have a new feature buildings coming into the site, which is part of the good urban design. That just shows you on in at the other side is some of the construction development or houses occupied, and then to the west is there the construction site is. And that just shows more of the development there to the east where it'll continue on of the other phase of development. And there's another photo just at the end of it where that's where the access road goes to the present time, so it'll be continuing on up and around the site. And there's another view of the site where the development is to occur, and there's the east boundary, as you can see, which will be retained as a wildlife corridor. So there's road and pedestrian bike network through the site, and that area to the south is the cycle network. So this would link into it as it does to the north as well. So there's a pedestrian cycle footpath being proposed. So simply that, so to the east is your cycle, and then to the west is, so it's segregated off, while one footpath that will be marked out to be a segregated pedestrian bike network throughout the site to encourage people to move away from the car and to more sustainable modes of traffic by walking or cycling to the open space area to the south. That just shows it again in context. So that wee star is where the proposed play park is, where the applicant is willing to provide a financial contribution, just shows it in context. Then the cycle work is just to the north of that, and then the application sites are all in close proximity. And that's me. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, join us on Zoom. We have Tom Stokes from TSA Planning to make a representation as the agent and support of the application. You're very welcome back, Tom. You know the score. You have 3 minutes. It's on your screen, and the clock will begin to count down whenever you begin to speak. Oh, it's been reset. So, yep, 3 minutes. So, whenever you're ready, Tom.
Perfect. Thanks, Chair. And thanks again, members, for the opportunity to address the committee. With me on this application is Peter McMullen and David McGee from Antrim Construction. And as always, we're obviously happy to try and answer any questions at the end. Whilst there's no other speakers in this application, and I hopefully won't take up too much of your time, I did think it might be prudent just to highlight a few of the key points which we would ask the committee to consider. Members will be aware, as obviously Sinead has indicated, this application site forms part of the wider Drumford Meadows development, and the lands benefit from extensive planning history. This application was brought forward to allow a number of changes of house type in response to market changes, some minor changes and improvements to the layout, and then the 4 additional dwellings at the front of the site, which we feel, I suppose, frame the site entrance and improve the streetscape and urban design, as the officer has indicated. Proposals for 92 family homes. It's a mix of detached, semi-detached and townhouses, and you've seen some of the styles and designs on screen. Worth noting just that during the community consultation, some concerns were raised by local residents, but we dealt with those and we actually amended the layout following that consultation. And there's only 3 representations in respect of this major application, which we think is testament to the success of that consultation process, where we leafleted over 500 dwellings. As you've heard, as part of the community benefit, this proposal includes a £100,000 contribution to the council via Section 76 agreement to help fund a much needed children's play area on the council lands at Kiernan Hill. And these were identified as part of the council's play strategy. And this has been subject to ongoing and long discussions with your Parks and Recreational team. In addition, the scheme is designed to tie into the National Cycle Route 94 network at Kiernan Hill, and provides connections to the wider Craigavon, Lurgan and Portadown area. And a bus lay-by has also been accommodated in the northern part of the site. The scheme represents the next phase of this ongoing, successful, high-quality scheme, and is a significant investment from Antrim Construction for this next phase of around £18 million, and will support a lot of ongoing construction jobs. There are no objections from any statutory consultees to this application. And finally, I would just like to thank your officers for all their guidance and input through the PAD and application process, both your planning team and the Parks and Recreational team, we feel have been critical and important in terms of bringing forward this quality residential proposal. That's all I have to say, Chair, and as I said, we're happy to obviously answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom, and you're well within your time. Okay, members, as mentioned by Tom, the following are also in attendance via Zoom and have speaking rights. Clarification with Peter McMullen and David McGee, who are the applicants. Okay, members, we're into the questioning phase. Do you have any questions for Sinead or the applicants? Not seeing any lights on or hands up at this stage. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I'll get the ball rolling, will I? But no, Sinead, a couple of questions. Obviously, again, detailed report, a lot of information on it, and the only bit that's zoned open space is a little bit at the entrance of the site. I'm just want clarification that that's the case. In relation to open space in the development, do we have? I don't see it. There is open space proposed as part of the overall scheme. What percentage is that of the proposed development? And the other thing that I wanted to talk about is, I suppose it's not really, well, obviously it's the play park, which obviously will be dealt with by a separate body, but I suppose it's one thing in that area. There's been a lot of new houses built. I think we're all aware of the need of a play park within that space. But I suppose one thing I want to be sure is that play park has an adequate provision for younger families, because I think with a lot of new houses in the area, there's going to be a lot of young families. So, and also accessibility as well, Chair, in relation to, as per our our play park strategy, making sure that it's accessible to all. I think we've had a number of new play parks that's opened that didn't have fully accessible. So I want to make sure that that is mentioned tonight going forward in relation to the accessibility of the play park and for young families. I know it's not the developer, he's putting the money in, but it's just to mark the cards of our play strategists and our officers on that. But if Sinead can just give us a wee bit on the open space in the meantime, that would be great, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. Were you able to respond to some of those queries from Councillor Nicholson? No, maybe some of the play park related ones could be dealt with. Is it Appendix 9 when we're dealing with the play park application, but a number of other ones there in terms of open space?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm, the only area of zoned open space for this development is the triangle there at the access way. It's 0.2 hectares of zoned open space within an overall zoned area of 29 hectares. This proposed development has a zone or an open space, public open space area of 12% of the overall site. When we look at the existing site that's built on the ground, and there's an overall area of 8%. However, we find that acceptable given its location beside zoned open space. And as regards to the play park, yes, the play park as proposed is on the agenda tonight and is Appendix 9 of this report. So those things can be looked at and teased out there as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Sinead. You can tend Councillor Nicholson. We'll maybe revisit those particular questions in Appendix 9. Okay, Councillor Toman on Zoom.
Thanks, Chair. I've just a question for Tom. I think the agent has went beyond in his duty in relation to the community consultation and getting those leaflets out to the 500 households. But just throughout that consultation, Tom, if you can just provide some clarity in what those issues that were identified and how they were taken account of. And the second issue was, yes, in relation to the car park or the play park, it is going to be a great benefit to the area. I think a lot of people are excited about it as well, but just in relation to the accessibility with car parking or traffic coming to it, preferably we want people to walk to it or to cycle it, but I would assume that some will be driving to it in vehicles as well. So just how that can be managed with the traffic. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Tom, do you want to come back on those queries in terms of the issues raised in community consultation and any further details on sort of play park accessibility, although that may be a question for Appendix 9 when it comes?
Yes, Councillor, through the chair, I suppose, thank you for your questions. In terms of the consultation, there was quite an extensive consultation carried out. We leafleted over 500 local residents and actually in consultation with another local elected member, we went out again and actually leafleted a further part of Kiernan Hill. So it probably was around the guts of 700. In terms of the responses coming back, some of the existing residents in Drumford, the initial concept layout that we had come up for part of this application had proposed the same quantum of open space within it, but in smaller little pockets, which was different to the original approval, which currently exists on the site. And some people had flagged just that they had bought into their house because they wanted to overlook the green space, etc. So we went back and revisited that with the project architect and with ACC and reverted back, and those people were happy. And I suppose one of the other big things coming out of the consultation, Councillor, which has been flagged obviously in your own parks and recreational strategy, was just the lack of a play facility in the area. And I think people were very keen to see this application, which obviously comes with the monetary contribution towards that play park, and hopefully see that realised at Kiernan Hill. And it's great obviously to see it. It's a few items down the agenda, but it's obviously great to see it on the agenda tonight at the same time as our application. I can't really comment on the car parking and roads piece just in relation to the play park. I suppose all I can say in relation to our proposal is, as Sinead had shown on the screen, we've designed Drumford Meadows with I suppose with accessibility in mind from a cycling perspective and a pedestrian walking perspective, and for those residents to be able to link into and use the future play park at Kiernan Hill. As I said, in terms of parking, I can't really comment on the actual application itself. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And I suppose Councillor Tillman, we can revisit some of those questions in Appendix 9. Okay, Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, thank you for letting me in, and thank you to Sinead for a detailed report as usual. The issue I want to raise is essentially around the traffic management, and specifically from the little triangle through where it narrows and then goes out into where the site in question is. Obviously, the proposal is to put quite a few houses, and obviously that will bring its own sort of traffic, and we have the play park and sort of access to it and so on. And I'm sort of querying that officers are content that will have adequate safety measures, in terms of letting both the traffic exist and also sort of the pedestrians and so on. So it's just for assurances around that issue, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. Sinead, do you want to come back on some of those traffic management issues?
Yeah, the scheme is looked at in detail. We've actually been back twice to the FI roads, but coming off the access road there actually is going to be another access into the right to serve those 4 dwellings. So they'll have an access in their own right coming out. And the pedestrian and cycle route at that location is already designed, so it'll take into consideration that new access coming in. So the road markings will have to be designed in light of that junction coming out. As regards to the rest, that goes in on around the development, so there's no conflict in regards to the road or passing of it.
Thanks, Sinead. You can thank Councillor McClelland. Okay, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to you, Chair, to Sinead, third-party representation, one of their objections was there wasn't sufficient on-street car parking. But I do know that the DFI roads have no objections to the application. But what I'm wondering is, if there was insufficient car parking spaces presently, will this new development, this addition of development there, will that help to alleviate and give more on-street parking? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Sinead, do you want to come back on that one?
Yeah. Sorry. Just to confirm, the on-street car parking actually does meet with current standards, and there's ones that are actually designated and undesignated, so where you can all park, so they're all on a car parking plan, and check the old approvals for the visitor car parking with that, and that's also met with the current standards, so there'll be no shortfall here of visitor parking as regards to the standards set out in Creating Places, which guides us on what should not be provided. So there's no shortfall in regards to visitor parking.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Alderman Anderson? Okay, members, not seeing any further lights on or hands up, so we're okay to move into the discussion debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the discussion debate stage. Any views on this one? I suppose maybe get the ball rolling this myself. I think that the recommendation to approve does seem to be the correct one, and again, it's been noted in the application. Although there is a small loss of open space, this will be balanced out by the addition of a play park, and it's been mentioned by a few members. This is a heavily growing residential population, which does have a lot of young families, so certainly a play park in that vicinity would be useful. And indeed, as has been noted, in terms of the active travel aspects of this plan, when you have those safe segregated cycle and footway links that will both link the internals of the development to the potential play park, and indeed onto that, main cycle route in central Craigavon certainly would bode well in terms of a climate perspective. So I'd be inclined to agree with the recommendation to approve. Don't know what other members feel. Okay, members, not seeing any lights on the debate discussion stage, so we'll move into the decision stage. Are there any proposals on the floor, members? A few lights on here. Who was first? Councillor Nicholson.
Fastest finger first, Chair. No, look, like yourself, Chair, it's a very small part of the site which is zoned open space, and if we look at the plan, the Craigavon plan, there's already a bit of open space already built on with houses, and I think the open space in the development proposed is 2% more than would be expected normally, and in addition to that, the play park. So I think there's a lot of positives in this, and obviously, as I say, as you said, Chair, a very detailed report again from Sinead, no issues with consultees. So I'm happy to accept the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and I concur with those remarks. Any loss of open space, or the small amount of open space, is certainly being offset with the addition of the play park, and it's something that's much needed. So I'm happy to second that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Indeed, and would concur with you and Councillor Nicholson's remarks. Okay, members, so there's a proposal on the floor from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Anderson, to accept the recommendation to approve. Any other proposals on the floor, members? Not seeing any other hands up or lights on. So are we all agreed, members, on that recommendation? Okay, members, that's all agreed on that one. And just pass the thanks on to Tom, Peter, and David for joining us on Zoom, and wish them all a nice evening. Okay, members, we're straight into Appendix 7, application number LA08/2021/1053/F. So we're staying with Sinead, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The reason this application is before committee is because it relates to a major planning application that was previously approved. Section 54 of the Planning Act 2011 is a power that allows for an application to be made for planning permission for a development of land without complying with the conditions subject to which a previous planning permission was granted. In considering an application made under Section 54, officers must consider only the question of the conditions subject to which planning permission should be granted. Condition number 2 and 3 of that approval required the access, visibility displays and forward sight line are provided prior to the commencement of any works on site, with the visibility displays and sight line kept clear thereafter. The proposal seeks to vary these conditions so that development for one unit can begin on site and the permission can be implemented. According to the applicant, they are not financially in a position to carry out the entire vehicular access works or build out the entire development. Therefore, by allowing one unit to be implemented in accordance with the approval will enable the applicant to commence the development and keep the development alive. Officers in consultation with DFI Roads are of the opinion that this variation is acceptable, as the proposal will not prejudice road safety or inconvenience the flow of traffic, as such that it accords with the SPPS and policy AMP2 of PPS3 and the provisions of DCAN 15. On that basis, it is recommended that the application be approved. Just did a presentation just to show you what the previous approval was, just to remind yourselves, it was a while back, 36 dwellings within Guildford. The reasons it's major is because it's over 2 hectares, while under the 50 threshold, the application site is over 2 hectares, hence making it a major application. Next slide, please. That just shows there an aerial view of the proposed site with the access coming out, as you can see there. And that's the site location plan as submitted with the application package. And that was the layout that we had approved with the access coming out. So they're looking for an opportunity to still start the foundations of one dwelling without carrying out the entire access roadworks required under the conditions. That in essence will allow them to keep the development alive. And that's just the road, I suppose, more detail of the road PSD drawing required. So the drainage gullies and all that would be required before any development commenced on site. Unfortunately, they're not in a position to do that. So look, just to vary it so at least they can begin one and at least keep the plan alive for a future development. That just shows an image of the exit. There's an opening has been done just to carry out some pre-drainage works, but that's now the closed boarded fence. And that's just the second image there from the other direction. It just shows a gated way, just showing where the access would come in. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, I'll just bring in Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and Sinead, thanks for your report. Sinead, I think I've nearly answered my question. And in terms of what they're planning to do on site, is it simply going to be a matter of put fines down and seal the entrance up again and leave the site as it is, or is there any more security needs to be put on it?
Sinead?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, Councillor. Just not in a position at the present time to carry out the work. So just getting in, put the foundations of one dwelling in, and then getting out, and that site will be closed up as it is the present time.
Thank you, Sinead. Thank you, Councillor Savage. Okay, any other questions or queries from members? Not seeing any lights on or hands up, so we're content to move into the discussion debate stage. Councillor Savage.
Chair, no worry at the debate stage, but I think if the FA Road Service are happy with the proposal, then we should be as well. So, you know, I'm not sure what other members think, but I'll be content to propose it if needed at the time.
No worries. Councillor Savage will bring you in when we get to the decision phase. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I concur with Councillor Savage. If the land is left as tidy as we can see in these pictures with that tidy fence, that it's not left like we see some developments are started and just left nearly abandoned, and I would have no issue with it at all, and concur with Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yes, so I would indeed agree about the importance of securing, the site structurally, prevent antisocial behaviour and all that. Okay, members, not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so I'm moving into the decision phase. I'll bring you in, Councillor Savage.
Chair, I'm happy to propose and accept the recommendation as outlined in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. So proposal on the floor. Is there any seconder for that? Councillor Wilson.
Happy to second that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So members, for proposal on the floor from Councillor Savage, seconded by Councillor Wilson to accept the recommendation. Or any other proposals on the floor, members? I'm not seeing any other lights on or hands up. So we're all agreed, members? Okay, members, we're all agreed in that application. Thank you, Sinead, for taking us through it. Okay, members, we're on to Appendix 8. It's application number LA08/2021/1440/CONTPO. We'll hand over to Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application is before you this evening as it has been submitted by the Council. The application seeks consent to carry out works to trees located within the Mall in Armagh. These trees are protected by a tree preservation order and are located within the Armagh Conservation Area. It is proposed to carry out works to 10 trees, and this work is limited to crown clean, reducing end weight and crown lift. Given the proximity of the protected trees to the walkways within the Mall, the public footpath that circles the outer perimeter of the Mall and the listed wall that encloses it, officers are of the view that the works proposed are necessary for public safety. In addition, the works proposed will help maintain trees' health. Officers are of the opinion that proposed works are necessary and recommend that members grant consent subject to the conditions set out in the report. And I'll just take you through the PowerPoint. And this is our site location plan, and you can see highlighted in black the trees that the proposed works are for. And again, this is an aerial view of the site, and you can see obviously there's a significant number of trees in the perimeter of the mall there. And these are photographs, one taken from Barrack Street looking towards the north of the mall, and one taken from the mall roundabout looking southeast towards the mall. And this is taken from the mall west looking towards the cricket pavilion, and the bottom one is from the mall east looking west towards the mall. And another photograph from College Hill looking south towards the mall, and a photograph taken from Jail Square. This is tree number 51, and it's an oak tree, and the proposals are for a crown clean and tidy branch stumps. This is tree 17, it's a beech tree, and again, the proposal is a crown clean and reduce the end weight. Tree number 11 is a sycamore, and the proposal is a crown clean and reduce the end weight. Tree 163 is a horse chestnut, and it's a crown clean, reduce the end weight. Tree 154 is a lime tree, and it's a crown lift 2.4 meters over the pathway. Tree 155 is a horse chestnut tree, and the proposal is a crown lift over the path. Tree 150 is a lime tree, and again, it's a crown lift over the path. 146 is an ash tree, and it's a crown clean and monitor the tree. Tree 142 is a Norway maple, and it's a crown clean proposed. And tree 135, again, it's a Norway maple, and it's a crown clean proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Roisin. And one thing you can say about the mall, it does have a lot of nice trees. Okay, members, are there any questions or queries on this one? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure, I agree with you. It is, there's a lot of nice trees. It's a really nice open space that we have in our city. But look, the mall is a very busy place. Roisin, is there a restriction that when this work can be done? My iPad is kind of crashed there. I just want to check that if there's restriction, because especially in the evening times, the mall is like a thoroughfare with people running, walking, and I suppose my question is really, is there like hours that they're not allowed to obviously, do this work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Roisin?
Thank you, Chair. No, there's no conditions at the moment with regard to hours of when the work should be carried out, although it's something we could consider if that's what members thought was appropriate.
Thank you, Roisin. I'll bring Councillor Nixon back in.
Yes, Chair. As I say, I'm not sure who's doing the work, whether it's council staff or whether it's going to be an external contractor. But look, I would be, it's not as busy during the day, but I wouldn't be encouraging evening hours because it is very, very busy. A lot of young people and things, and a branch could fall or whatever. So, I would propose to put a condition on it, between the hours of, 9 o'clock and 5:30 or something, 8 o'clock and 5:30, whatever. So that would be my proposal to add to. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just bring in Damien here.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, the only thing I would say on that is probably in relation to Councillor Nicholson's point is the applicant or the council will need to probably get a licence from DFI, and so that would cover it, hopefully.
Thanks, Damien. So maybe condition is not necessarily needed, but certainly can be communicated. Councillor McLennan on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Roisin. I suppose it's following on from Councillor Nicholson's comments. Does the trees pose any danger now? I'm thinking more in line of the present weather, this last couple of weeks with the high winds, etc. And is it safe for pedestrians to walk past them at the present time? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Roisin, do you want to come back on that query?
Thank you, Chair. Well, one of the reasons of the works for the trees is that there's concern that there may be interference with the footpath. So while there's no danger at the moment, there is potential for interference. So, for example, the crown lifts, reducing the bottom branches of the tree, is to help keep those paths clear for it. So it is for health and safety reasons as well.
Thank you, Roisin. You contend, Councillor McLennan?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLennan. Okay, members, any other queries or hands up? Oh, I think Councillor McLennan, is your hand up just from before?
Yeah.
No worries.
I'm sorry, Chair. Yes, I'm happy enough
Go
with
ahead, yeah.
Councillor Nicholson's proposal for the time limits.
For the additional condition?
Yeah.
Or sort of time limit?
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, no, we'll get to that one, maybe the proposal stage kind of thing, but certainly is there any other questions or queries at this stage before we move on? Not seeing any other hands up or lights on. So moving to the discussion debate stage. Any views on this one? No, is it Councillor Nixon, maybe that additional condition, but otherwise content? Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, look, I'm happy enough with what Damien has outlined there, as in it'll be under the auspice of TNA, and there'll have to be permission got from TNA. But as I say, it is a very busy place in the evenings, and I wouldn't like to see guys up there cutting trees when there's people, walking. A lot of people, I can tell you, there's a lot of people. As you said yourself, Chair, it's a really beautiful open space within our city, and a very unique open space. So no, I'm generally happy. Anything that improve the health of the trees, they're a very important part of the aesthetic of the space. So I'm generally happy, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Yeah, it's great space. I'm told you can graze your sheep on it if you've got the freedom of the borough, but I don't know if there's much sheep grazing happening these days in the mall. Councillor McLennan, would you be content if Councillor Nixon sort of withdrawing that condition there and sort of being dealt with by TFI at a later stage, but certainly it's something I hope to consider.
Yes,
okay,
Chair.
Councillor McLennan?
Thank you.
Okay, members, there's not any other hands up or lights on, so we'll move into a proposal stage, or decision stage. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, look, there's not much more we can say. I think the health of the trees are important. It's a very unique part of the makeup of Armagh City, and we don't want to lose any of those trees. They've been there a long, long time. And I think anybody that went to Georgian Day last week in Armagh saw the beauty of the mall, and where the stalls were on the mall and the Georgian buildings as a backdrop. And I think it was like you were somewhere else, to be honest with you. But look, I'm happy to propose the recommendation. Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Laid on from Councillor McNally.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm happy to second that. Thank you.
Okay, members, with proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor McNally to approve the recommendation, or any other proposals on the floor? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so all agreed on that proposal, members, to approve? Okay, members, all agreed. Okay, members, we'll just continue straight on to Appendix 9, application number LA08/2021/0760/F. And I'm hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The application is for the construction of a new children's play area. The reasons before the planning committee is because Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council are the applicant and owner of the land. The play park is the one in which the applicant of the housing scheme at Appendix 6 is making the financial contribution. Members are advised that while the council is the applicant and owner of the land to which this application relates, that is completely immaterial to the termination of this planning application, as is any financial or other advantage to the council which may arise from the termination of this application. The application site is located within an area zoned open space as defined in the Craigavon area plan, and policy OS1 is defined by PPS 8, operates a policy presumption against the loss of open space. However, PPS 8 defines children's play areas as open space, and therefore the proposal retains the use of the site as open space and is therefore considered acceptable in principle. The application seeks full planning permission for the erection of a children's play area, boundary fencing, play equipment, bins and a picnic table. The overall play area measures 442 square metres, set and pours open textured bitmix with safety surfacing. There are 8 pieces of play equipment proposed, which includes play equipment which is designed for people with disabilities to ensure an all-inclusive play experience. A travel plan was submitted in support of the application. The site links into the National Cycle Route 9, which is a network of traffic-free paths that link Lurgan, Craigavon and Portadown. The travel plan identifies the majority of users to the park are expected to arrive on foot, but also indicates there are existing council-owned car parks in close proximity to the site for use. The existing native species trees and hedgerows to the north and east of the site are to remain in situ, with a small opening through the northern boundary for the installation of a pergola at the entrance. There have been no objections to the proposal, and officers are of the opinion that it should be approved. Just taking through the presentation. So that's the site of the general area again. It's just down from the Drumford housing scheme that was just approved earlier on. And that red area shows the location of the site to the north. You can just about make out the access to the Drumford Meadows. And that there is a site location plan as submitted with the application. So that rectangular area is where the play equipment is proposed. With a bit to the north is where the picnic table and a bin is to be proposed. So that's the layout and play equipment proposed. There's 8 different elements, all for different age groups, ranging from 1 till up to 6 years. To, I suppose, an all-inclusive play equipment proposed as per the strategy. So the east in that square, which links on to the cycle road, is a picnic bench and a waste paper basket. Next slide, please. That's just a close-up to the layout. So that green area is the existing landscaping around the site, which will be retained with a small opening, just provide access into the children's play park. So that just shows where the site is, and that's the fence out down to the Kieran Road. That vegetation in around is to be retained. That just shows you from down below looking up, and that's one of the car parking areas. So the gap between that hedge is where the entrance to the site is to be, with the rest of the landscaping being retained. That just shows it further up. You can see just east to your screen where the housing development is, so it is quite close. And then you can see Car Park, or Cars Park, that's temporarily been used as a testing centre, but that's another council-owned car park there to the north. And that is just shows that there's a cycle route in front of you, and that is just where the access is to be created. That area is just to provide a picnic table and a bin for rubbish. That's me. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, any questions? No queries from Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Toman on the previous application. I'll be maybe more prudent for this one, so maybe bring those councillors in first, starting with Councillor Nicholson.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sinead, for the report. And yeah, look, I think my question was sort of, as I said, from a planning perspective, you know, the principle of a play park and things like that. But I suppose it was making sure that, you know, we're aware of a lot of houses being built around there, and it's an 8-piece play park, and there's going to be a lot of young families. And I think we've all had experience where, you know, play parks haven't been big enough. And I just want, you know, the assurance, if there's anybody, you know, from the council officers side on the call, that they're happy that, you know, what they're putting in now will provide these houses that we have sort of seen earlier on, plus additional houses, because I think there's more and more land zoned around there. It's not about the principle of the play park, and I think Sinead's talked about the you know, obviously for people with disabilities and making it fully accessible, and that's great. But I just want to be sure that, you know, there's a real opportunity here to get the right play park in the right place at the right size to cater for the local people. So that was really all I was trying to make the committee sort of, you know, aware of my feelings in relation to that. So I'm not sure Sinead can really answer that, Chair, but she can try. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Sinead, do you want to respond to that query from Councillor Nicholson in terms of, you know, capacity, play park capacity, I suppose?
Yeah, just to point out through the play strategy, and we've had conversations with them as well, but this play park's designed in mind not just only with the immediate housing developments, but up to a catchment of 1,000 metres from this site. So it is quite a large scale play park. Proposed for this as a neighbourhood play park's called, and that is up to 1,000 metres. So it's above and beyond this application site and the existing sites it is. So they've designed it for that wide catchment area.
Thank you, Sinead. Are you content, Councillor Nicholson? No worries. Councillor Toman on Zoom.
Thanks, Chair. And if I can just follow on, just in relation to the car parking and traffic issues. Yeah, it's just really just to ensure that there's adequate provision made for parking. You know, that council-owned car park is heavily used, you know, for football events and matches, and then obviously we'll have the race model cars. So it's just trying to ensure that that there is adequate provision for those users using the car park, and it may not be relevant to a planning policy or to the planning application, but the car park itself, it's not lined out, so it's just trying to maximise car parking spaces for all events in the area.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Sinead, could you respond to some of those sort of car parking queries there?
Yeah, just to advise that yes, car parking is a material consideration of this application, Councillor, and it was looked at. The two immediate ones to the north and south were looked at, and there's one then further to the left within Kiernan Cemetery, as well as along the main arterial route. While it is designed to attract people there by foot, we know and expect people can and will arrive by car, so it's ensuring that provision is available. So we've worked with DFI Roads and our colleagues in the play strategy and identified 3 different areas which are suitable for this type of development and could accommodate the cars coming. And there is a condition on that any barriers to those car park will remain open during the hours of this play park is remain open. So we have looked at that in detail with DFI Roads, and travel plan is submitted. So yes, it is material and we have looked at it.
Thank you, Sinead. Are you content, Councillor Toman?
Yes, happy. Thanks, Chair.
No worries. I suppose we can chase up a later date about the line it out and so on to ensure efficient usage.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, any other questions and queries on this one? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so we'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Councillor McAlinton on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this has to be welcomed for the community, and suppose as we've seen this last year, how important our open spaces, our public parks, and our play parks have been for the community. So yes, I very much welcome this application coming to for us tonight here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Yeah, I'd agree. You can sort of see how this play park could be at like the centre of a spider's web, with the web being like the segregated cycling network. You can see kids cycling from the Cairn Hill Manor, you know, from the Drumford Meadows there, from that new housing development along this Nisky Road, even the likes of Mandeville Manor and Carnray. You can see the kids flocking to this play park area, and as Councillor Nicholson, maybe it will become one that is very, very busy. But certainly, you know, there's no play facility in the area at the minute, and it is needed in terms of the amount of young families living in that area. So I think I would agree with you, Councillor Macklin. You know, it is to be welcomed. A few other lights on. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, this is a really good news story for the families around the Kiernan area. That is a much needed facility, and as we've already been told, that's an all-inclusive play park and is much needed in that area, and it has to be welcomed. And we have already saw development passed here earlier on this evening, and no doubt there'll be more further down the line, as already been said. So it will be well used, and as you've touched on yourself, Chair, it's greatly to be welcomed, and we look forward to seeing it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. Yes, sure. Look, like others have said, this is much needed in this area, and I sort of alluded to myself. I think you listed pretty much every development around there, Chair, and there's a lot of houses, and there's still a lot of houses to be built. I think the one thing that really shows us that this is like public-private partnership in working, like for a developer, and I'd like to see more of this, where developers are, as part of their a commitment, within their development, that things like this can happen, whether it be financial contribution, whether it be open space, whether it be whatever, because I know this is a model that is used very well in England and in various areas where developers actually do provide community facilities within developments. And it's something I would, as a member of the planning committee and with our local development plan going forward, it was something I would encourage, because it is just, as I said at the start, it is public-private partnership in working. So I think it's much needed, Chair, and great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I agree, and it's good to see application where it's not just about building within the red lines, very much about shaping an area and improving it for the community. Alderman Twyble.
Oh, disappeared. Oh no, have come back again. No, just to say again, I want to share in the words of welcome for this facility. I think it's wonderful and will blend in so well with the other plans that we have talked about this evening. But I just want to add one word of caution, and that is that we need to be careful about the traffic that travels on the Kernan Road, because there is at the minute a big concern about the speed of the traffic at certain times of the day. And I know a lot of people have drawn my attention to it. So we'll have to make sure that we put in some ways of easing back on the speed of the traffic. So I think we should record some notice of that.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble. Yes, I would agree. And I think when DFI Roads presented to Council a few months back, I think they mentioned about installing a puffin crossing there along the Kernhill Road, connecting, the two portions of the cycleway. So I guess the kids would be able to navigate that road, but it's certainly a big wide road and plenty of traffic is used on it, like the sporting events and things mentioned by Councillor Toman and so on. And it's obviously the COVID testing site there, so it's getting a lot of business at the minute. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And I want to agree with all that was said, and just hopefully in the future, with all the building that is going on in the area, some entrepreneur could open up a community shop and other such takeaways, whatever, in that immediate area to stop people having to jump on the cars, driving out onto the main roads over to the shopping centre. So opportunities are there, Chair, and hopefully they're taken up.
Thank you. And there's also an environmental impact as well, having the chippies good and close, Okay, members, are any other lights on or hands up? Not seeing any, so okay, members, so we'll move into the decision phase. Any proposals on the floor? Okay, a few lights up and hands up here. Councillor McLean, I think you edged it there on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Happy enough with the proposed recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly all positive comments tonight about this play area, and that's good to see, and have great pleasure in seconding that proposal. Thank you.
Okay, members, so proposal from Councillor McLinton, seconded by Alderman Anderson to accept the recommendation. Any other proposals on the floor? Not seeing any other hands up or lights on. We're all agreed, members, on that outcome? Okay, we're all agreed. Okay, members, that's us. So it's just for me to thank the Director, Legal Counsel, Senior Planning Officers, Democratic Services, and the best IT team in the business for the smooth run of this meeting, and yourselves, members. It's also my honour, as this is the 1st of December, and the first committee meeting in December, to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Nolik Honadich. I hope you all have a great time. Still plenty of time to Christmas, so maybe a few of us will end up in the naughty list yet. But sure, with that, we'll call an end of the meeting. Thank you. Could you end